Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, my love?
I'm good. How are
Good.
you?
I am good. I'm hype as shit because can you see my screen?
Yes, I see
That's why I'm hype because it fucking worked. I've been trying to figure this shit out for a minute.
it. Oh,
Said try it now, and boy, am I glad I did. So yes, I'm very very happy. Let's see if this is gonna work. I feel like it was something else that I was gonna go grab, but I don't remember. You can still, do what you need to do. We're still waiting for a few more. Well, for everybody to come on. So you do whatever you need to do, my love. I'm gonna get myself situated.
I woke up like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had put an alarm, but I stayed in bed. Then my cat was like crying. She's here with me right now. Can I put my camera? Oh,
Let me see your cat.
where is my camera? Hold on. Where am I? Oh, here I am. How you?
Good morning, ladies.
Oh,
Good morning. Oh, look at her. Is it a girl or a boy?
this is a girl.
Oh, is she small? Oh no, she's not small. She's not small.
No.
She's not small at all. 222. Good morning, love bug. How are you doing?
You know what? My house is on 100 trillion million right now.
It's all good.
You know, it's waffle gang over this joint, but we is locked down.
Yes.
I'm trying to clean while I do this. Okay.
You're fine. You are fine. I'm I'm trying to get my lovely little thing to come up. Good morning, Horizons. All of the above was
As you know, it's like 2 a.m. over there where Alicia at.
Hood rising.
And Jessica. Jessica's in Cali too, right? No, are you?
No. No, I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida.
Yeah.
Who else is in Cali? Somebody else is in Cali that's about to hop on, I think. Because I remember.
And
Oh,
I had
no. The girl, it's a new member. She just joined yesterday. She's Capricorn, but she moved from LA. Damn.
Okay.
You know, I hear LA and I be like, oh, another one.
Right.
And another one. How are y'all? Everybody's coming on. Y'all, listen, I swear, something's trying to come up against us, but it's all good. I don't know why my presentation is not presentation. It's not presenting. It's not presenting. And, I still got, this little hood side to me. So I'm really trying to keep the shit from coming out right now.
Let it go out. Shit.
The
I was
That's
about
the
to
reason
say,
you started this.
come on, let
This
it
is
come
so the
out.
reason that I started this. And listen, baby, y'all about to catch this hoodness real quick if this damn shit don't start working. Cause
Oh, there you go. Hold on.
Cause I've been working on this damn presentation for a week.
Right. And you want to present the motherfucker. I understand.
And it's gonna present the way that I
Yes, I'll be
intended for this bitch
I got
to
you.
present.
You
just
working
holding-
today, motherfucker. Let's get it together.
We are going to get this shit together.
It's off to 5 a.m. for me. I know that's resolution. Yeah.
Man.
Baby.
I want. Oh, can I see? Oh, can I see everybody? So we got Treasure, we got Megan, we got Jessica, we got Alicia, we got Adele. Is it Adele? Adina? I'm bad with
Did
names.
she call me Adele? I'm tired. I'm done.
I
quit.
know. But why I'm gonna be honest, don't mute yourself and you know that I'm trying to get your day right, girl.
No, I'm smacking on these waffles, girl. My bad, girl.
That girl is fine. You ain't in my ear. I get real annoyed with the ear smacking.
My
Y'all,
bad,
how I
everybody.
get annoyed with ear smacking and I chew ice all the time. Anyway,
Sonic ice, that's the best.
My mom.
Period.
any ice is the best when you anemic, girl. Any
Yeah.
ice.
It's true, but that Sonic ice got a little extra kick.
Because it's
Cookout
that.
ice, Zaxby's ice, Chick-fil-A ice. They all the same ice.
Chick-fil-A ice is good.
They the best.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A
pay for
got
that.
the little cushion.
Soft.
Yeah. It's
I call it
you
party
bite in it,
ice.
it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
That's alcohol ice right there.
It don't bite and go straight to water. It be a little extra.
It
Y'all.
helps it.
Mhm.
But for real though, so so he's telling me just present. This is so nice. The move. Y'all.
Can I make a low-key announcement, Trap? Trap. I say Trap. Right? My girlfriend must be coming on me. Can I make a low-key announcement?
Please. Hi, Kia.
So I don't know if Tatiana sent the email to everybody like that just signed up for like her Florida water workshop, but she's having a presentation of her deck, and she sent out an email asking if we wanted to like you have to sign up to be at the presentation.
Go watch a movie.
I got the email and I just happened to be on my phone when it came through, so I signed up. I can't remember what it's called. Let me see.
I'm about to pull up the email. I think I saw it too, but I'm gonna be honest, I didn't.
Are you doing an Oracle deck or a tarot deck?
I think it's Oracle, right?
I think it's like an Oracle tarot mix.
Oh.
Y'all know how some of the Oracle decks will have like the major cards in it. I think that's what she's doing. I'm texting people right now and being like, okay, you asked for this shit, where your ass at? Cause shit, it's early. I could have stayed cuddled up for a little bit.
Yes, real early.
Y'all got me up out the bed.
Hello.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Who just
Sarissa.
I was just texting you too. Oh wait, I can't see everybody. Oh, there we go. Oh wow, it's so many of us on here that I gotta hit this little arrow now.
Right.
It's a party.
It's a party.
It's a whole
I'm not
lot
even gonna lie. The very first time I started doing these group ones, y'all, the very first one, it was one person on the call. And me and her said fuck it, and we just vibed out for a whole hour. And then this random white man pop in and call us niggas.
Oh my God.
And then I ended it. And then I was like, y'all, cause y'all know how I get in my head. I was like, see, this is why I don't do shit like this. This is why I want to do it. And now look at us. Look at us now.
Listen, ain't nobody coming here to call nobody no Negroes today.
Listen.
That's why people do that stuff. Like, you have nothing better to do but then pop up in random Zoom meetings.
Exactly.
Because they wouldn't do it to a Black person's face in person. So. Because the 2-piece is real, okay, and not just at Popeyes first time.
And I don't even think a lot of people realize how upset I was, because I went on a whole IG live tangent about this man. Like, y'all, so this his name. This way.
Look like his ad. Y'all go get his ass.
Go get him and bring him to me. Goddamn. But that was over the summer. And shit, now look at us. Now look at us. All right, so I was trying to give everybody some time, but it's 8:07, so niggas knew what time we started, so we just gonna keep it going. So we are doing inner child healing today. And it's so aligned because I got my healing is so work shirt. So first things first, I want to just do a quick little, I don't even want to call it an icebreaker, but for lack of better words, we're just gonna call it an icebreaker. I just want everybody to share one thing that you really want to focus on during this presentation for your inner child. So anybody can start. Oh, I didn't mean for Twitter to come up. Anybody can start. Y'all gonna have to bear with me because y'all can see my screen. So therefore y'all see how much I'm struggling today. So just bear with me with all my little hiccups. But you know, not everybody go at once. So I'll start off. My real name is Jackie. I think some people might think my real name is actually Trap, but it's really Jackie. I have been dealing with inner child work for quite a long time, and I have been running from it. So when I was uprooted from what I thought my life was and brought back to the house that I grew up in, that is when I realized, oh, bitch, you ain't done no work at all. You just been running.
Right.
And so here I am. I actually have a second presentation that I've already started on. So I'm kind of like moving backward with y'all, but intentionally with myself, I have really been focused on, why do I act like this? What do I need as a result of me acting like this? And how can Huh?
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. What's the result of me? Why do I act like this? And how can I, moving forward, how can I make sure that I don't continue operating in this toxic energy? Because what I've learned is the inner child, how she acts out, is what we also know as our dark or toxic side. So it's a lot of connections that go hand in hand with that. So I have intentionally been focused on, how can I show up for myself in a better way? So that was my long-winded ass version of my intro. So now, whoever wants to go next, please go next.
I'm sorry, I missed a few things. What did you say at the beginning? I was trying to get my son situated.
Oh no, you're fine. Basically, we're just doing a quick little intro. So basically anything, I'm gonna put it in the chat too. Anything, so basically introduce yourself, because this is the first time, there's been new members since the last time we had a group meeting. So introduce yourself, one, and then two, let us know what you want to gain or what you want to work on for this particular inner child healing.
Did somebody volunteer? Because I volunteered.
So everybody gonna volunteer. I gotta pick names, then it's gonna be an ugly border. So everybody's gonna volunteer, right? Yeah. Now everybody
Well,
go
good
at
morning.
what?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adina.
Morning.
I am in this group because, the struggle be real. And with the inner child healing, I have a lot of that to do and the reason I know that is because my toxicity, I'm sure, shows up in other places, but mainly for me, it comes out in my parenting. So I'm trying to get an understanding and a hold on my inner child's anger and frustration so that it doesn't allow me to parent from that space to my girls. That's why I am here.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because I was about to say I see a lot of what I'm healing from how my mom raised me. I'm seeing a lot of that in how I respond and react to things that Taylor does. So that, oh girl. Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, it just showed up yesterday. I have 3 daughters. They're 7, 4, and 2. And all of them have blue gobs of hair. That's why I am voluntarily bald-headed. And so I was doing their hair yesterday, and my 4-year-old was like, "Ow, mommy, that hurts." And I was like, "Girl, I'm not hurting you." Right? Because all of us as little black girls, we all know the spiel, right? And then my mother used to hit me in the head, and my mother used to use the ivory brush when she would brush my hair. And if it hurt,
oh my God, girl.
Well, it was my grandmother's brush, right?
Yeah.
And my mama is old, right? So my grandma was real old, right? So so she used this pink ivory, white bristled Avon brush. Okay, that's what she used to use to brush my hair. Okay. And she would be like, "That don't hurt." Bow, and she would pop me in the head. Well,
Ooh, the memory.
Right. And so in my parenting, right, and in my love for my own hair, I buy stuff for my girls to do their hair the way that I would do my own hair, right? But I'm bald headed now, so I ain't got them kind of problems. Praise the Lord. So I bought them that Felicia Leatherwood brush, so it's easier to like get rid of the tangles. It separates, so it doesn't pop back on them or hurt them. And I try my best to take care of their hair and not like snatch. Your mama used to snatch. They comb your hair all wrong. She combing from the root instead of from the end to the root. You just out here fucked up, So my inner child pops up because I'm like, I'm not doing to them what my mama did to me. So by default, I'm doing better, right? But also in that experience, it cancels out the validity of their feelings by me telling them that I didn't hurt them. Right. And so I don't ever want them to be in a position in the future where someone is doing something to hurt them and they feel like they can't speak up about it because for years they sat in a chair at their mom's hand and their mom kept telling them that their experience of what was happening was not real. And it directly connected to my childhood because that is what happened to me. So as I got older, I became afraid to even tell people that they were hurting me or doing something that I didn't like, yada, 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 yada. So my long spiel, that's like my long thing for being here.
Right.
As moms, because we got a few moms, just, you can just cut your mic on and say me or wave your hand, but how many can relate to what she just said? Because I know I can.
I know a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Y'all pray for me. I'm not okay.
Yeah, oh, I understand because I got one too, and she is woohoo, but I love her. But
my daughter's Miracle. She's really not that bad. She has the Napoleon complex.
Got it.
Not the Napoleon.
So she's like the shortest, biggest bully I have ever seen in my life.
Oh my God.
And then her little brother, he's 2 years old, which is my son. He's 2 years old. Like, they are like, I'm not even going to say night and day. They're literally day and day. He's 2 years old, and he is the biggest bully in the house. That was him slamming the door. If y'all heard the door shut.
Oh, so
But
yeah, this is
I've been-
this is definitely something we're gonna be I'm a pocket that one. I'm about to write this one down because that's a really deep one.
Mm-hmm.
Very deep, and it goes deep rooted. Like that's a deeply rooted one. So I want to write that down because that's really good. So I'm gonna be going back and forth between a bunch of notebooks and stuff, y'all, because y'all know when I had y'all's one-on-ones, I kept writing stuff down. So just don't mind all my notebooks. So now we are on to the next volunteer.
I'll go.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Kind of like plays into where Adina was. For me, I had to realize I was running from a lot of shit. And as a parent, that's actually started to come out. So my frustrations and all of the things that I see, how my mom is with my kids is things I don't remember. She, you know what I mean? Because my grandmother raised me. So what my mom gives, she gives it to me now, but she didn't give it to me then. So we had to go through, I had to go through a lot of like, well, whys? You know what I mean? It was a lot of whys for me. Why didn't I get? Why didn't I have? So I used to take a lot of my frustration out on my kids until my 16-year-old told me, maybe I want to say last year, when she sat me down and told me, you are emotionally unavailable for me. She's give me everything I want. I don't lack anywhere. You know, you go to work, you hustle, you do what you need to do. We got a roof over our head, food, all of that. But emotionally, like you're just not there. You don't listen.
And your 16-year-old told you this?
Mm-hmm. At lunch. Mm-hmm. We were in public, so I had to keep it together.
You had to.
I had no choice. Like I didn't.
Ass right there.
Yeah, I didn't know whether to cry, cuss her out. You know what I mean? Holler, because that's what I'm used to. And I'm like, oh, okay. So that's kind of like when I really was like, oh, bitch, you fucked up. And you know, that's where it all began. Everything. I don't want to say it started to unravel, but yeah, it did. You know, so that's kind of like I'm just looking for the balance between the two, because see, with me, it's like I just block it out, forget about it, keep it pushing. But then moving forward, shit falls apart, and I'm not understanding. Well, why is it falling apart? Because you didn't deal with what you left back there. So that's where I'm at, trying to figure out my balance between her then and now. You know, so I don't come across unavailable emotionally, you know, number one for my kids and just period in general. Because when she said that, I had to look at my life in general, like I'm just like that across the board. It's easier. I ain't got to deal with it.
Very solid points. Okay. Very, very solid points. We are going to the next person. Who's next?
I'll go next.
I'm not trying to rush us. I just want us to get through the intros.
So hey y'all, I'm Khadijah, also known as Deja, also known as a bunch of other things. But so this inner child workshop, okay, I mentioned it in the chat, and then my one-on-one with Trap kind of let me go a little bit deeper into it. But this particular inner child workshop, I'm focusing on steps forward, practical application, and how to love my inner child in action. Because I did Ooh, I've been doing inner child work for a while.
And just so y'all know, she has been doing Amani Hood Healers inner child workshop. So I know it's a few of y'all that have been in Amani's workshop. So this is interesting for me.
Yeah, but this feels like a part 2 to that.
Right.
Because that one felt more like an awakening and like you know, pulling up repressed memories and pulling up, like getting to the root of it, getting to the root of the issues and the root of, you know, like where my relationship with my parents fell apart. And where, like, you know, it was the pivotal moments that shaped my inner child and kind of like made her quiet and made her reserved and made her, you know, hide. So being able to identify that and point that out. And I literally have been stuck on the last assignment for a couple of weeks now, because the very last assignment is to write a letter to both of my parents from a place of forgiveness, and not ego and not, you know, anger or resentment or anything like that. And that's been a little hard because both of my parents broke up with me in about a matter of 2 weeks from each other, just like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so I've been dealing, like I live with my uncle and my aunt now, but I also, like Trap, was brought back to the house that I grew up in at the end of September. And that just kind of took the inner child work that I was doing into overdrive. And a lot of stuff came up, you know, living not only in my childhood house, but in the same house with my mother and my grandmother. So yeah, it's been a lot, but I feel like definitely since being in TriFam, a lot of that resentment has been falling away, but I've also been getting to why it's there in the first place for the rest of it and like where it actually comes from. Why am I holding on to it? Had a bunch of revelations this week that I did write about. Okay. But yeah, this feels like a way to move forward from everything that I've been dealing with and healing from.
I love that. I love that for you. We're gonna get into that writing prompt in a little bit. But who is the next? Who has not gone?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay, yes. So hi, my name is Jessica. And what I want to gain from this inner child workshop is I want to be more compassionate with my inner child, more supportive and present. From the reading that I had with Jackie Chap, I don't know. She pointed out that I'm like very, I guess, strict or like too hard on myself. And that's definitely, I feel, causing or like a block when it comes to wanting to express myself creatively or really just like in all aspects. And so I definitely want to like free her and like let her shine. So I was also doing the inner child workshop with Imani, the hood healer. And I only got like halfway through it because when I was doing it, the prompts, let me see the last one I had wrote. The last one I had wrote was actually about creative energy. And it was like saying what happened growing up that you stopped being so creative. And I remember when I was young, I used to love like arts and crafts and all of that. And I remember this one time, like for Mother's Day, I made a rose out of paper for my mom. But like growing up, I stepped out of that. And I also feel like in my childhood, my parents, they were very overprotective, and they still are to this day, but I feel like they were like just trying their best. And it was like toxic love in a sense. And I feel like now growing up, I'm like the one who kind of has to parent them.
Mm.
So there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done there. And honestly, I started this inner child work this year, and I'm so grateful that you're doing this workshop because it's definitely needed. And so I want to honor my inner child with this workshop.
Yes, we are honoring her. We are honoring.
So sweet.
Who's next?
I guess I'll go next.
Treasure.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Boo.
I'm in this because I got mommy issues. But I am starting to realize now that my mommy issues stem from my mother having mommy and daddy issues. But I'm not even gonna go into her mommy and daddy issues because Andy, child.
Because that ain't your business.
Yeah, we kind of already touched on that, girl. Whew.
Yeah, like
Maybe that's the next work. Maybe that's a part two, is whenever we can look at our parents' inner child healing to understand, better understand where we saw it, their trauma.
No, I don't even want to tap
Do we
in.
have to?
Listen, my grandmother told my mother that she didn't even want her, but she just had her. My grandmother went so far as to fall off the top of a ladder to try to like naturally abort my mom. I don't want no part. Nope.
So y'all don't want to go that deep? I'm going too deep.
Both of,
No,
I'm gonna
we
say
going
this.
to that, girl. I got
Both of
one
my
better than
parents.
that.
I don't know.
Both of my parents have mommy and daddy issues, and one is ignoring them, and the other one is pretending to work through them.
I'm gonna write it down because that's a good one. Maybe like February we'll be ready to touch on that. But I'm gonna write it down.
It's very triggered.
Okay, so I have a question. Has anybody seen the movie Meet the Browns?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you remember when they were sitting at the table and they were talking about how their daddy was a pimp?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you remember that part when my girl was like, "Well, what about our mama?"
Oh yeah, and then it came out that their mama was the hoe.
Like,
Yes.
nasty hoe. That's my mama.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going back on mute. Praise the Lord.
Hello. Hello. Like hello.
Not
Hello.
hello.
Who said hello?
I understand. I understand. I do. Like for real. Some real shit. Like I'm starting to definitely understand where I'm fucked up at and why. You know, and that's something that my mom does acknowledge though. That's one thing I definitely will give her. But it's like shit, damn.
Like my mom,
like really? Like this
my
is
thing
really
is-
like this is shit I see in the movies. Like, no, bitch, this is your life.
like my mom's life, actually listening to, you know, being older and listening to the stories about my grandfather, well, you know, stories from my grandfather, stories from the aunts and the uncles. I'd be like, yo, like, okay, this is stemming from my grandmother having mommy and daddy issues.
Right.
Like, it's just like it's a repeating cycle, but
correct.
I know I'm the one that's going to break the cycle.
That
Oh, yeah.
That right there.
Hell yeah. As long as y'all stay in this damn trap fam, you ain't got
That's why we here. That's why we here. That's the whole thing right there.
Hell
I know I'm gonna break it. It's breaking
At one
as we
point-
speak.
all of us done already broke it because we're here.
That's it, right there.
Right.
That's why I say it's breaking as we
Right.
speak. Like I'm walking through that shit. That's not mine. I don't want it. I don't want to pick it back up either. Leave that shit.
Oh, look at me, because I just went and laid back down and shit.
Like that's some real shit. Like that.
Oh, Keisha, your ass, you and Jerry just now popping up.
Good morning. Good morning.
Listen, I was all up and shit, and then I laid back down. He walked in here, he was like, I thought you had a meeting. I said, oh shit. I laid back down across the damn bed.
Well, we still on the icebreaker, so y'all good. I had a feeling y'all asses was gonna pop in late, so
Come here,
so
Ashley, I'm
you're
just-
being disruptive to people that are speaking, ladies.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, y'all good. Go ahead, Treasure. Go ahead and finish up so we can.
But yeah, right.
Where is
So
It-
so you done made me write that down. We all know, just y'all be on the lookout. We gonna be.
fuck it? Let's do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did cave up in spirit that I already said. Yeah. Cause we're gonna hit a block, and we're and like Khadijah was saying, we're gonna hit a place where we're gonna have to forgive our parents, and we're gonna have to speak from a place of forgiveness. And in order to do that, we're gonna have to recognize that they're human just like us, and that they have similar traumas to us,
Most definitely.
because we took on their damn trauma. So we're gonna have to understand the trauma anyway. So just know that was coming, okay, y'all?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and keep it moving. Who's next? I think we should have like 4 or 5 left.
I'll go next.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Megan. I'm here for the inner child healing workshop because I want to work on my self-love and to stop being so critical of my inner child. I'm not really sure why, but ever since I was little, I've always kind of felt like I had to be perfect. So I put this pressure on myself to do everything the right way or the perfect way, which is unrealistic. But it's been stopping me from doing things that, had I not been so self-critical, I would just like jump into it and see what happens. Instead of like editing myself and like censoring myself before I do something, like, oh, I can't do that because of XYZ. Just going through with it and figuring out as you go. It started up mostly with like my body image, but then like as I started to like underneath it, it's got it's more than just like how I look. It's like everything else. And as I've been working on healing those parts of me and not being so self-critical, it's showing me that I've been holding myself back in a lot of different ways, like selling myself short, more than just like, do I think I look pretty, or do I think I look beautiful, or do I think that I deserve love, those kind of things.
I love the alignment, how this song playing is called Baddie. Basically talking about bad bitches only.
Right.
It be the fucking alignment for me, okay? Because this is, I don't know if y'all remember when I first found this artist, but like he's from Charlotte, North Carolina, so he right down the street, and his music is just so uplifting. And I was playing it this morning while I was prepping to get ready to come to my mom's house to do the workshop, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm playing this album. I gotta bring this one back because this is good vibes." And it fucking yeah, Megan, what you're talking about, girl, I can honestly say that I too suffer really, really heavily from this need of being perfect. And if I don't have it all figured out, and if like that's where a lot of my social anxiety comes from, because I feel like people are looking at me and judging me.
Right.
I can recall a situation where I had just graduated from high school, and you go to the beach with all your friends, and this dude was trying to holler at me, and I curved him, and the nigga was like, "That's why your friends ain't your friends, because they ain't tell you the back of your thighs is ashy." Bruh, when I say that shit has fucked me up my whole life. I don't trust people. When I have friends and we go out, I be like in the mirror like a million times, like, are you sure I don't look crazy? Like I never fully feel confident.
No,
And I
he
know
was the
why.
one that was crazy. Who the fuck is looking at the back of somebody's thighs? Like, fuck him. What were you talking about? Are we on
Girl,
the
that's
beach?
why
Cause
I
you
don't
just
go
let me
out
know you
now.
was sexually objectifying me, you
Yeah,
jerk.
we on the beach. That's probably fucking sand. I probably been
Period.
sitting out there in the fucking water or something. Shut the fuck up. What are you
Right.
talking about?
Goofball. Weirdo.
But y'all see how the inner child to come up? And so now she done stuck with me my whole life. And now I'm 31. Worried about what the back of my damn thighs look like.
Oh no.
When I wear shorts.
It. That's
Got on jeans, talking about is my thighs ashy.
Look, do I look okay? It's something on my butt. So yeah, Megan, that's real. Yeah, we that's gonna, I'm gonna be real, Megan. That's probably gonna be a continue. We gonna have to keep working on that.
yeah.
Bless you. Yes.
Let me just blend into like when you look for a job, oh well, I can't do that because I don't line up with everything they're asking for, so I can't apply for that. Like instead of just saying, all right, well, we'll just put it through and see what happens. I'm kind of
Right.
like that.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't measure up, so I'm just gonna disqualify myself before I even,
And
Before
whole time you reading on Twitter all these people that done lied on their applications and interviews, and they got these 150K a year jobs, and they sit here tweeting like, all right, so y'all, it's day 2. I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, girl, stop playing and go after
One of my besties is like that. She makes
Me?
$200,000 a year right now.
Wow.
man.
We all about to be making $20,000 a year, and because it's our businesses, guess what? That's about to be gross. That's about to be net income. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
Man.
All right. We got
I
the
can go
last
next.
4. All right, let's go. This is one of our newest members. You
Hello,
guys.
everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Kara. So I am here today to work, obviously, like all of us, on my inner child. But for me,
hold on, Carrie, because I think people recognizing who you are, because I didn't realize how big you were until this morning. I was like, oh shit, she's talking about her little business. She big business. So yeah, I think people just realize who you are, girl.
I'm also Cinta Soul. That's so, if you know me from my business. I mean, we're getting there. We're not there yet.
We there. Baby, you've been there. Okay.
Well, this is why I'm here for the inner child, because it's very hard for me to see the growth that I even have in myself, because I'm still dealing with this inner child work. But for me, like Trap said, like I was divinely sent back home in a space, with my mom, not realizing so many things that I didn't heal from. And then even noticing in our relationship things that my mom does that caused a gap in our relationship, but that's something that I also do with people. So me recognizing things that I'm bringing from my mom and my father too, I guess his absence, I had a lot of mommy issues and daddy issues. So just me also like understanding my worth and my inner child. I feel like since I was a kid, I kind of just ran away from all family problems. Like since I was a kid, I always adapted to my friends' families and things like that instead of sticking with my own. And that is not the way that it works. So I'm trying to start running away, and I'm here for it. So it's a very short spiel, but that's what I'm here for.
I love it. I love it.
Also, you're such a blessing. I just need to tell you that.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay.
I'll go.
I'm not okay. You knew that I was like, and I called myself. I said, I'm not gonna call on people, and then you said, I'll go. Thank you. I love it.
Hey, I'm Sharissa or Riz, but I don't even know where to start, honestly, on what I need to work on. But I do have a habit of people pleasing, which is something that I realized in my one-on-one the other day. And also I want to work on the feeling of not being seen or heard. I have a sister. We have a 12-year gap. And so I kind of feel like I was raised as an only child in a sense. And I don't know. It's a lot of different things. Like she feels like I'm the rebel child, but of course my mama let me get away with things that she didn't allow my sister to do because she had her at 18 versus having me at 30. And my dad was in my life, but wasn't fully present, if that makes sense, emotionally. And so I feel like I have a lot of things that I need to tap into that I've been avoiding for a long ass time. And I'm ready. I'm ready to go up, period. That's all.
Yes, ready, period. We need to get a little JT GIF, period.
Period. Okay, I'll go next.
Okay. Yes. Do you got eyeshadow and lipstick?
Girl, it's a new me.
Damn.
Look, that's why I'm late coming on. I was trying to get myself together.
All right.
I am here for it. Okay, I got distracted. I was like, hold up now. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Derek Terry, and I'm here for my inner child healing. I got so many places to start, but I ain't gonna take up everybody's time. But my main thing is I've had such a hard time with accepting help and opening up to others about so many things that I've kept so much in for so long that I guess I'm here because I have got to learn how to accept things for what they are, handle them as they come one by one, and be able to open up and let that shit out.
Right.
Yeah, so that's it.
Yes, I love it. All right, Miss Keisha, last one.
I'm the last.
You are. We say the best for last. Y'all don't take offense to that. That's just
I'm here because it's funny when Riz was talking about her sibling. I'm here because I'm the oldest child. I have oldest child syndrome. That means I am the guinea pig. I am the experiment. And I'm fucking tired of being everybody's mama.
With no kids. With no kids.
With no kids. We're like taking, I feel like, I take on a lot of what other people go through and what other people deal with. I am a number 6 life path. So that kind of almost comes with the territory with us. But damn,
I didn't know you were a number 6 too. I'm a number 6.
I'm
Oh,
a number
right.
6.
You're
And
a number
so,
6 too? Oh shit.
yeah. So when you're number 6, your shit is already kind of like teacher, mentor, kind of, that whole thing. But yeah, I'm here because I feel like it's like layers. It's almost like you get to a certain point where you're like, and then certain shit will kind of trigger you back into like some other shit. So I'm working on my triggers. I'm working on how to react to the shit that's triggering me.
I love
feel-
that. Now,
Yeah.
you know, that's the ongoing thing. I like to be upfront with y'all because I don't want y'all to think like after this workshop week, everybody about this is this best version of yourself. No, we're gonna keep working on this shit. That's what today is.
Because it never stops.
Never stops. It never stops. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we are doing the inner child healing shit. Now this presentation is already on the Trap Fam site. You just put in your password and then you'll be able to get access to this. Now I did add more slides for today. So real quick, and I mean real quick, like we're gonna do this under a minute. What is one thing that you wake up every morning just extremely grateful for? What's that one thing that you wake up and have appreciation for that really takes you into that, push you in that energy of, you know what, everything is okay because I have this. And I am so grateful for this opportunity, or I'm so grateful for whatever this thing is.
Because you alive, God damn it.
I was just about to say, I woke up. Like, what do you mean?
You made it. You woke up.
I'm here.
I love the response. And because of that, because I was hoping everybody would feel that way.
I hope so.
I mean, and I would leave it there. So if you didn't feel that way, you could ponder on it real quick and be like, damn, maybe I do need to start off with that one thought. So, all right.
Yeah.
Now we about to get deep, okay? Because this is inner child, and y'all know I like to go deep. I don't be sugarcoating shit. So I just want you in your notebook, there's 4 questions that I want you to think about. The first question is, what part of yourself do you see in the person that you're criticizing? So think of the situation at hand. That thing that you keep getting triggered by, how much of that is you? What parts of that is you? If you're done with that one, let me know, and then we'll go to the next one.
Okay, I'm done. I can't find my journal. I'm finished too.
Okay. If you,
I'm done.
everybody done?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not done, just keep going. Listen for question number 2. You can see it on the screen too. So what blame have you been placing on someone else that you can take some accountability for? I just want to say 5555 was just on the time. So I need y'all to understand that there's a lot of major changes being unlocked right now when you start taking on your own healing accountability. Okay. So this question right here may have just unlocked a lot of things for a couple of y'all. I'm keeping a record of all the angel numbers that I've seen since we've been on the call.
Hmm.
All right, y'all ready for question number 3?
Yes.
What hard conversation have you been avoiding with yourself? And I want you to think about that thing that you came into this workshop to work on today. Yeah, that shit you've been avoiding. That's the conversation that we about to have. And while y'all are still writing, I'm gonna read the last one so that way you can be thinking about it. Because this is a simple yes or no. Is your ego getting in the way of your healing right now? Ooh, did that just trigger somebody? Please take my disrespect lightly right now, y'all. I'm laughing and I'm in such a great mood for a lot of different reasons that have nothing to do with this presentation right now. So I'm that little light of joy right now, okay? So when you need to like, look at me over here vibing and laughing and shit, okay? I just want to point that out, you know? Y'all know where I was at, so I'm just in a really good mood today. But I do feel like y'all's egos get in the way of this inner child healing. So I really hope everybody said yes and not no, because no is denial right now. Now, after we unlock some shit, after the thing that you came in here for, after you can be like, you know what, Trap, I'm feeling good in this area. You know, I can understand for real, how shit might have played out the way it did. Then that's when you can look at yourself and be like, all right, so now my ego is working with me, not against me. Because we're not going to get rid of ego. Ego has to stay present. If you get rid of the ego, then that means you don't see yourself. See, that's the problem with the trends of spirituality. People go around saying shit and then we just all start flowing with it. And then nobody thinks like, why would I release that? That don't really make sense. If anything, I just need to learn how to work with it. So let's learn how to work with our egos. Okay. So if you can honestly sit with yourself and realize that your ego has gotten in the way, then all we have to do at this point is just accept this. Okay. There's a lot of, y'all know I love this meditation, okay? And at first, when I was putting this presentation together, I wanted to do the meditation first to the presentation. But right now, Spirit is telling me to start with the presentation, start really unlocking some shit, so then you can accept that. Because see, if we accept where we are right now, then we got to come back and do this again. So let's just go ahead and start unlocking some shit now, all right? If you're still,
I just want to say that I'm just so happy to see all of y'all. Cause like we talk all the time in the group or whatever. I'm just going back and forth looking at everybody like, hey y'all. So I was like, that puts me in a really good mood.
Hey y'all.
Be happy. Hey.
Hey.
So now we go do this on the regular. This makes me happy.
I want to say something. I had like a little breakthrough that ego question.
Go ahead.
And it made me realize that I have a pattern of ignoring like the whisper and like the intuition when I'm in certain situations and certain things happen, and I like brush it off. I'm like, oh, they won't do it again. Oh, well, it's not gonna happen. Instead of like taking that as the message until it like really like hits face. And it's like, no, bitch, this stop. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that. Like, I'm like, oh, it'll be fine until it's like you run into the wall and you're like, okay, well, this is
that didn't work.
No. You get the sign telling you this is a dead end, don't drive any further, and you don't stop until you get there and you're like, oh yeah, I really can't drive. Can't go that way.
I love it here.
Also, when you asked if somebody's trigger, it was me, because I agreed to do something this morning I didn't want to do, and that's my damn people pleasing. And I'm kind of avoiding that person now. Yeah, so.
You should just call him and be like, I ain't want to do that from jump. God bless.
God bless.
Pretty much.
Okay, so
first of all,
so we about to just start having boundaries, saying no. God bless.
Yeah.
It's the boundaries for me.
Yeah.
It's
ain't nothing. God bless.
God
Have
bless.
a good one.
That works for me.
Walk away.
I like that.
Just walk
I
away.
think that's why God stripped me of people to ask me to do stuff. That's why I don't have people to do stuff. I think he's trying to get me to create my boundaries, so that way, whenever people ask me stuff, I just easily say no when people start to come back around into my life.
Here's a tip. One of my friends has said that she made a note to say no is a complete sentence, but when she says no, she says absolutely not. So people know, like, There's not a question, I'm trying to say. Absolutely not. Do you want to go to lunch? Absolutely not.
Plus, it kind of gives them a build up for the letdown, right? So they thinking you're gonna be like, absolutely. They don't be ready for the night.
Cause you still getting them 3 letters.
Period. Okay.
So Riz, what you gonna do?
Oh my God.
I mean, she gonna get the message in a few.
No, absolutely not.
And then put God bless.
Yes.
Okay.
Or no,
GD.
she hit
Okay.
you up and be like, so where you at? God bless. God bless, shorty.
That's the one.
I love it. I love it.
Where
So
my pen? Goddamn.
so topics that is going to be touched on in this presentation. What the fuck is the inner child? You know what I'm saying? We talk about the inner child, inner child, inner child, inner child. I know someone has had that moment where they're like, yo, what the fuck is the inner child? Shit.
Me.
But you know what?
I've asked myself that 3 damn
Has
times
anybody
since
seen the
y'all
movie
been talking
Us?
about this last week. I even got in your chat box and said, where can I find something on the inner child? Like, what the fuck is this?
Has anybody seen the movie Us?
I've seen it.
I've heard of it. I think
That movie really touches on the inner child. Like, even though it's presented as a scary movie.
What's the name of it?
Oh, it's scary.
Us by
Yeah,
Jordan
no.
Peele.
Oh,
Scary?
yes.
No,
I have.
Me and scary don't work because I'm scared.
It's not scary
scary.
though.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just real dark.
But
It's a dark
listen,
movie.
really looking at it as we're actually, that'd be the perfect movie for you to watch as in trying to understand the inner child,
Okay.
basically. Because when I watched the movie, everybody was like, oh, it's scary, it's scary, it's scary. But you know, when I watched it, I was like, oh, it's these, even though it's supposed to be like the dark, the dark shadow of them,
Okay.
it's really the inner child. And the way that the shit plays out, you're gonna be like, bitch.
I think it's the same way with that movie Them. And everybody was like, oh, we're so tired of seeing Black trauma. But the movie Them, each person in that movie has some shit they couldn't get past.
Got
You ever watched Them?
I'm
They
sorry,
had
I'm fussing at my son.
that one thing that they couldn't get past. It was the mother, the father, and the kids. So that movie was the same to me too, because people was like, I was like, y'all didn't really get where the movie was really coming from, but like some shit that they just, and with them being a unit, they couldn't even relate to each other in the household because of that particular shit that everybody was dealing with that nobody won't talking about. So everybody was just trying to deal with shit and not communicating and not speaking on it. So that movie too was kind of,
and that also stems from what goes on in this house stays in this house. But girl, when that mother slapped the earth, wind, and fire and soul out that white woman,
you felt that.
I might just watch it because of that. I ain't even gonna hold you.
I felt that.
The way she handled that neighborhood, she was just one of those people that was just like, you're not gonna get me in mine.
Right.
Yeah. But the fact that the white woman, not to get us all off track about the movie, but the fact that the white woman had so much shit twisted in her own life.
Right.
And you just projecting because you white and you think, and your shit so nasty. Ooh, her shit was so nasty. Like the background of her shit and the stuff that she was going through. And you out here being better because you white. Girl, if you don't put your daddy in jail and leave us alone.
But you know what?
Girl, that's sweeping around your own front door, child. Girl, none your business, girl.
Okay.
But you know what? Low key, I think Jordan Peele is really with his movies is low key trying to tell us some shit.
Right.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
Right.
Have you seen Get Out?
Yeah.
Yes.
We gonna
That
go
movie makes
back
me
to
so
this
uncomfortable.
because we gonna get totally off. So we gonna go back to this, but we gonna definitely. I wrote down as y'all was talking. I wrote down tying movies into messages. I don't watch a lot of movies, but y'all watch a lot of movies, so I think this is like a good little discussion thing for us to go back to. So I wrote it down, y'all. So how did this happen? Khadijah, you had kind of touched on this a little bit when you were giving your intro. The disconnect between the inner child and us. What usually happens is the inner child goes through this trauma. Boundaries are not in place because she doesn't know how to create boundaries. So then she goes into this place of shutting down and creating guards and ways to protect herself. She doesn't know the correct way to do it. She only knows how people around her, what she's observed, what they do.
That part.
So now we have to go back to kind of observe everybody around us, ourselves, those triggers, to identify how we actually got to this place with the inner child. And so from there, we'll go straight into how you unparent yourself, because your inner child was parented by our physical self. So think of it this way. Our inner selves were taught by our human selves. So our human selves have taught us based off of what we've seen. Now we've grown up, we're seeing things that we can't unsee now. So what do we do with this old way of seeing things? We have to unlearn it and what? Relearn it. So with the inner child, we're unparenting and reparenting. And just like I had mentioned with the ego, we're going to find balance. We have to learn how to balance what we've learned versus what we have experienced, what we saw, what we've always known to be true. AKA finding balance with your toxic side and this healed version of yourself that you want to continue to be. Because let's not get confused with the fact that we're going to have to continue to put in work to be the person we want to be. We're not going to wake up and just magically be this person, because however old you are right now, that's the amount of years that you've been parenting in this way. This has been your parenting style for this amount of years. So how the fuck you gonna wake up one day and just be a totally different fucking person? And then you're carrying the trauma and the wounds from your parents. So then you add on their age. So I need you to understand that this is a continued practice. This is why spirituality, this is why healing is a ongoing thing. You have to have a routine. You have to be consistent. You have to stay consistent with your routine to keep you what? Grounded.
Yeah.
To keep you grounded. Once you're grounded, then you can think clear. Once you're grounded, you can make sure that those chakras are aligned in a way that you understand and you see. So let's go right into understanding the inner child. So when situations arise in our current life, we need to give ourselves the space and the time to realize not only what's going on, but how we react to it. How does your inner child feel at this time? Are we releasing our boundaries and acting in a way that makes our inner child feel unsafe once again? So again, this inner child, whenever we go through situations, our reaction is that child showing out. And I think that the inner child has been explained in this way because it's easy for you to see it and understand it when you use terms of acting out. Okay. Most of the time as parents, the first thing you say to your child is, all right, you acting out, don't show your ass. You give those messages and those prep talks, and they go straight into this is how you need to behave, period. Mm-hmm. If you don't, I'm gonna deal with you. Now, we have conditioned ourselves to handle ourselves that same way. So when you have trauma, when you have situations that have occurred, the way you react to it, that is the way that you have parented yourself. That's the way you've shown yourself. This is how you respond to these situations. Trauma continues to paint a picture that reaffirms the belief that we're not worthy in some way and that we carry it on into our adulthood. So think about a time when you were a child and you might have said something, you might have done something, and an adult that you admired, you looked up to, they were important to you, didn't respond to you in a nurturing way. It could have been something like you were super excited about a painting and you go running, mommy, 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 look at this, look at this. And she might have just gotten off the phone with a bill collector. And she might have just got some news that she didn't want to hear. And your excitement triggered the fuck out of her. And so now you're sitting here excited, waiting for this excited response, but instead you get, yo, what the fuck? Get out of my face. Go to your room. Go, get out, go. Think about you being frustrated getting off the phone with handling some type of business and you getting some news that you don't want to hear. You trying to go smoke a blunt. You trying to get the fuck away so you can clear your mind. So looking at our parent or whoever this adult is, it's like, oh, damn, I kind of see where they were coming from right now. That's just like some real life shit they was going through. But as that child, you didn't know. And that's not your responsibility to take on. So now you've conditioned yourself to not share your excitement because you don't want to be let down again. So now you've gotten to a place to where you've conditioned yourself not to share your excitement. And not only are you not sharing your excitement, but you don't even see shit to be excited about anymore. You're not seeing your successes. You're not seeing your accomplishments. You're just sitting here stuck in this energy. And this energy has now carried on so much that you don't see yourself. So now the inner child feels what? Unseen. Whenever we talk about how the inner child connects to a lot of the womb trauma that we were birthed with, okay? You have to understand that it's connected to the sacral chakra. Y'all know I'm always connect things to the chakras so we can better understand. That's just my schematic understanding. This is just the way I understand everything. So when the sacral chakra is blocked, we are unable to identify the needs of our inner child more openly if we pay attention to what's mirroring us. So mirroring, triggering, these are reflections, okay? With this sacral chakra, if it's blocked, relationships are highlighted and we hold more blame to that person. So remember the beginning question where I asked, you're criticized, or how much, because I want to make sure I say the question right. Hold on, y'all. What blame have you placed on someone else that you can take some accountability for? This is stemming to this sacral chakra. This is stemming to this connection that we build with people. When it's blocked, we're feeding off of what we're lacking. And I talk about this a lot when we have our sessions, our one-on-one Reiki sessions. Usually whenever I'm doing Reiki, I'm usually talking about how this void is what connected you. This codependency is what connected you with someone. Now, we are understanding that our parents also had these codependencies that linked them, and then they created us. We were birthed with that codependency because our parents still didn't know how to give it to us. So we still didn't receive it, and they still didn't receive it. So now it's a cycle. So when that chakra is blocked, this is how we connect with people. That's the energetic signature that we're feeding off, okay? So it is so toxic that to our being, it can be a vacuum releasing vital energy. We struggle to make decisions. We doubt our abilities. We attract people and situations that mirror our lack of self-worth back to us. We have an emotional okay. So basically, y'all, I'm not about to, it's early, I'm not about to do all this reading. But basically, we have these moral standards that we placed on ourselves. And it's like good and bad, dark, light, evil, good. When we operate more in the bad, but say that we want to focus on the good, that's an imbalance. If you're trying to focus on the good, but your present is acting in the bad, then that right there is letting you know that there's some healing that needs to be done to better align this. So right now, whenever we get into these cycles, I talk about addictions a lot, and these addictions stemming from these codependencies. This is the lack of boundaries. Instant gratification, wanting things to happen like this. Love bombing. When you first meet somebody, you want it to just be all fucking peaches and creams. Not understanding, not realizing that that's a sign of love bombing. So are you able to recognize this within yourself? Or is this still an illusion? We struggle forming boundaries with others, but just as importantly, with ourselves. Because we continue to fall into these karmic cycles, seek instant gratification, and escape into illusions as an attempt to have temporary control over our joy. So when I'm telling y'all, whenever I pull that one joy card, surrender to joy, and I'm saying you need to learn how to just smile for no reason, just learn how to wake up every day, and the fact that you woke up be that piece of gratification, that is your instant gratification. Your ass woke up. You got another opportunity to walk in your highest self. You got another opportunity to walk in your soul's purpose. What are you going to do with it? This is why you wake up and you set those intentions for yourself, because you now have this understanding that my life, me, I matter. I mean something. So let me make the most of this day, because the Most High gave me another chance, another opportunity to do what I agreed to do. And if you can find joy in that, baby, nothing else will matter. And everything else will start to fall into place. So what the fuck is the inner child? And why is it so important? I've kind of touched on this a little bit. But whenever we look at reparenting our inner child, how do we, I want you to start thinking about this now, but how do you mistreat yourself as an adult? What are the things that you feel behavior is rooted from? When did you, Jared this morning woke up and made sure she put some makeup on and did herself up. That is a sign of reparenting. Because before, it might have been a completely different story. And that is the act of mistreating ourselves. So I just want y'all to think about that. And then finding balance. How do you find healthy alternatives for addictions and self-harming behaviors that leave us in balance? Oh wait, I want to go back because I forgot I had notes on the side. So there are 3 things that we don't want to accept when it comes to the sacral chakra, when it comes to imbalances and blocked chakras. Everything that we lack, everything that we want so badly that is not present, 90% of it is our own fault. And the reason I say that is because it's a reflection of our daily habits. Your weight is a reflection of your daily habit. For me, I have never had in my 31 years of life, I have never had a workout routine. I have never had a membership to a gym and consistently went to a gym. I have never woke up every day and consistently went and worked out. I think the most consistent I have ever been has been this summer. I did it for a couple of weeks. Part of my insecurities come from how my body looks in clothes that I wear. I want to dress a certain way, but my body, I have the body shape to dress the way I want to dress, but there's little pieces of my body that I know I can tone up and it will look the way that I want it to look. I had got on Instagram and I had posted a story about y'all let me get fat, ain't nobody tell me. No, it wasn't nobody's fault but mine. I have never worked out. So how did I expect to not look a certain way? It's an illusion that's been in my mind that I already look this way. From old versions of me that had been going through abuse, and I had gotten so small that my inner child is still stuck in the abuse. So she's still stuck in that survival mode. And because I'm in survival mode now, I'm thinking that I look like that again. So when I see me, I'm like, what the fuck? But that's a reflection of my daily habits. So what do I need to do? I need to create some habits that are some new healthy alternative habits. So maybe first thing in the morning, my coffee is not what I need to be drinking. Maybe I need to just focus on water, a green drink, tea, do some stretching, do some yoga, go into my meditation, set my intentions for the day. And then that right there is going to improve my wealth. It's going to improve my abundance. It's going to improve my mood because I've set the tone. I've poured into me. I've done something for me for once. So I want you to think about that when you're thinking about your new daily routines, and whenever we start in this 2-week challenge tomorrow, I want you to think about what's some healthy alternatives for a daily routine that you can start implementing over the next 2 weeks. See, y'all thought that I had kind of tricked y'all low key, because I thought that I was gonna put together what we were gonna do every single day for this 2-week challenge. But you and even me, we are going to create our own 2-week challenge, and we're all gonna hold each other accountable, because my daily routine ain't gonna work for y'all.
Oh, come on.
And so if we're learning new alternatives, if we're learning how to create new healthy alternatives, then we got to come up with our own challenge. But guess what? We got a circle, we got a group, we got a sisterhood, and we're going to hold each other accountable, and we're going to work on it. So tomorrow, if I don't get up at 7 o'clock and hit y'all up and let y'all know, all right, boom, we about to bop, 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 then the next person need to. And y'all do it already. Y'all do it already, but now we're doing this shit with intention. So at the end of this, matter of fact, at the end tonight, everybody is gonna have to post their daily routine. So I just want you to be thinking about that. Ways childhood neglect can show up in adults. Ooh, baby. high levels of anxiety. How many of you, just a raise of hands, how many of y'all got anxiety? The doctor diagnosed me high anxiety and depression, high anxiety and social anxiety and depression. Let me correct that. Me saying it, my fucking shit gets all. I just want you to sit with that for a minute. It's a good number of us that suffer with high anxiety. What's the number one thing? I'm not even going to say that. How many times has your anxiety act up and you calm down and the shit won't even that big? It was something you made up in your mind. Sounds like a hidden expectation to me. Everybody write this down. The next time you have an anxiety attack, I want you to get a piece of paper. You can rip it. It could be the back of a receipt. It does not matter. You can put it in your phone. It does not matter. In that moment, write down, in this situation that's causing you this anxiety, what were you expecting to happen? Why are you reacting the way you're reacting? So for example, your anxiety flares up because something didn't work out the way you wanted it to. Write down the way you wanted it to work out. Then on another sheet of paper or on another side of it, basically make yourself 2 columns or 2 versions. After you written down what you expected to happen, write down what actually happened. And then I want you to breathe. After you breathe, I want you to look at both of those lists. And I want you to really think about, did I cause this anxiety attack based off of an expectation that I didn't even know I had? And where did this expectation stem from? Where was this projected? When was this projected on me? The inner child is the parts of you that learn certain behaviors and responses to different life experiences during your childhood. The inner child is a reflection of your values, your worth, your safety, your security, and morals. Understanding your inner child is understanding you and where you come from. If you are still struggling, if you have some inner child things that you are working through, then you find things very difficult, especially right now. A lot of us are in this place where we're very uncomfortable with the transition. It feels very unfamiliar to acknowledge and respond to our own feelings with nurture. This is negative self-talk. We are all still struggling with the negative self-talk. We are all still struggling with self-judgment. This is because this is what we were taught. We taught ourselves this. So when you understand that, then you'll start being a little bit more nurturing with yourself. So how do we in the moment reverse negative self-talk? Affirmations. What we do, you know you can't do that, because last time you did it, You replace that with an affirmation like, you know what? I actually can do this time because I am enough. I am powerful. I am abundant. I am the co-creator of my life.
So therefore, whatever I put my mind to and set intention to, I will create. If not that exact thing, something better. You see what I'm saying? So you reverse that negative self-talk with a positive affirmation. That's how you reverse that. It's going to take practice. It's not going to happen overnight. So that's why you want to have affirmations. You want to pick your affirmations for that morning. When we're setting those intentions, when we're coming up with this daily routine, make sure when you're setting your intention, you do something with affirmations. Affirmations have to be a part of your daily routine. Finds it uncomfortable to make use of therapy or support from others. During this 2-week challenge, when y'all niggas start getting ghosts in the chat, I have your personal information because y'all are in the database. I will call you. I am not about to play these games because we came too far. So when y'all get
please call me.
Huh?
Please call me.
Please call me too.
Yeah.
The ghost be popping up.
Yeah, I already know.
You don't even gotta say too much. Just when you call me, just be like, Casper, and I'm gonna know exactly what you're talking about.
Megan, I hope you ain't get triggered.
Call me and say, what the fuck?
Nah.
I know exactly what you mean when you say what the fuck.
Yeah,
it was me who not Megan.
Huh?
I said it was me that got triggered.
Well, Megan has Casper in her life.
That's what I call. There's a guy I was talking to, and he would just always go ghost, and so that's why I don't call him by his name anymore. I call him Casper because he
screaming.
pops up and then disappears.
And it's still a little touchy. So that's why I saw her laughing when she said Casper, and I was like, oh God, here we go. but Riz, you were who I was originally talking about.
No, my shell and shut down, child.
Cause you know, I hit you with the quick text this morning, like, where you at? Because you ain't said that you was. So yes, I will be calling y'all because y'all are not about to be disappearing, because yes, this shit is gonna get uncomfortable. And that's why I do feel that Source has aligned it to where we had no choice but to do it today. We had no choice but to start the 2-week challenge. We had no choice but to create our own daily routines. We had no choice but to do these things in this aligned way, so that way we can really use the support of this community. Because that's the whole point. That's why we're all here.
That's the point. Literally asked for this.
We literally asked, like y'all literally asked for a group of like-minded people that you could grow together with. So utilize it.
Yes, I will be.
I've been praying.
That's all.
Y'all are on my vision board. Listen, this is the thing. Let me show you my vision board I did. This was in 2020. This picture at the bottom, this is a network picture of building relationships. Y'all on my vision board.
Oh, wow.
Y'all, Keisha, can you take a picture of that portion of your vision board and put it in the chat? Because what we're going to do is when we have this retreat next year,
come on,
we going to dress up in some colorful outfits. We going to have our little flowy dresses with the different colors. Everybody going to pick their chakra color they want to wear.
Come on, retreat.
We gonna take a picture together. It's gonna be very similar to that. I didn't even see the picture.
Bring it.
Right. I'm like, ooh, because they're all in different dresses, right? Colors.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Flora showing the fuck out.
Come on, retreat.
Yes. Okay. So I was supposed to have a retreat my birthday, but inner child, she was like,
That's all right.
"Fuck you think about to pay money to come get the fuck out of here? Ain't nobody about to."
All these 10 people on here. Do you see us? Hello, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, inner child, we is present and we is coming. Okay, even if we got to put it together ourselves and then tell Jackie to show up. Okay, we doing.
Hello. Hello. Well.
Amen.
Right. Well, that leads me right into number 5. They struggle to prioritize taking care of yourself.
Cookie guard, won't he do it?
Woo! Now this is gonna go real deep for some of y'all, especially for my entrepreneurs that ain't punching no clock right now. Your own feelings, health, hygiene, and personal appearance. Because
I'm on personal appearance because I don't even get dressed these days. Okay.
That part. Me too, girl. Don't feel no kind of way. Me too.
Listen,
I wear the same hoodie every day.
I be like, am I going outside? No. All right, I ain't gotta do it.
Listen, me and Randy Watson been rocking since yesterday sometime. Okay.
Yeah.
I got three pairs of leggings in rotation that I love, but they've been in the laundromat. So don't be in my business. They've been in the washing machine.
And say, listen, I might not put on clothes, but I'm also not dirty. Praise him. Okay.
My favorite part is I've only put it on clothes and I'm only getting myself together because I don't want somebody to be like, did you have it on yesterday when you came over here? Be like, did I?
The judging.
There's
That's why we
been
don't like the
several
judgment.
times- there's been several times where I've had to like check myself, like, have you done anything today? Like, did you shower yet? Like,
Yo, that part. I'd be like, baby, how long has it been?
No, that, yeah.
How long has it been?
Even reminding myself to eat, that's a huge thing with work.
Yep.
Like, I'll miss a whole day. I was on live the other day and they're like, girl, you need to get off and eat. I'm like, yes, I'm glad y'all reminded me. I was hungry.
Listen, I think, and I feel like, and the reason I had said for my entrepreneurs, because the thing about it is we're punishing ourselves low key because we are like, no, you haven't done anything to deserve this.
Oh, that part.
I will sit at this chair.
That's true.
And I will pull cards and I will do 30 readings because I feel like I didn't make enough, or I feel like I didn't do enough, or I feel like it's still more. It's still something else. And it's like, no, you can't eat till you're done.
Right.
You gotta earn your break
all the time.
That don't even make sense. Yeah.
You can't eat till you're done. And now I'm trying to shift out of that. I'm trying to be like, no, stop, go eat. Yesterday, I had a really long day. Had some deep readings. And so when I finished, fuck it. Jordan was like, can you come get me? I want you and Taylor to go with me. We're gonna go to the park. And I wanted to say no, because it was like, bitch, it's Friday. You should just do donation readings all day. And something was like, no.
On Venus Day, you better take yourself outside and be with your boo. Yes.
Period.
Well, something told me to just do it. So I set goals for myself. I knew my car note was coming up. I needed to make sure that I didn't have that worry on me, because it's not fun not knowing when you're gonna get a paycheck and then it due. So
I was just about to ask you about that, but go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm at this, moment of transparency. So y'all know, you got to set little goals for yourself. And I'm learning that because I wasn't learning that at first until I looked at my November sales and I was like, where's that money at? What are you doing? So now I'm getting better. So I set a goal and I hit the goal. And I was like,
oh my God, I can pay my car
Yeah.
notes for the day that the car notes due. That means I'm early.
Come on, yeah.
That means
Come on.
Yeah.
this little stupid credit shit that this damn government got set up, you know, I might finally one day do this shit right. Hallelujah. Okay. So
Yep.
I'm all excited. So I'm like, you know what? Source, you're right. I am gonna enjoy the day. Do you
Yes.
know how guilty I felt all fucking day for not sitting right here working?
I was gonna ask, like, do y'all think, like, as like full-time entrepreneurs, like, do y'all think that that mindset comes from your inner child, of course, right? But also from the way the society is like set up. So, like, when you work
Yeah.
a corporate job, you're
Mm.
forced to stay in that space until you finish the job. You know what I mean? You get like a lot of lunch breaks, stuff like that. But do you think that that kind of like coincides with each other? Is what I was gonna ask.
I want Riz to answer that because she got something to say.
Right, that head going.
Didn't have anything to say, but what she asked definitely hit me because yeah, I'm sick of corporate America, but I do feel like it's a comfort for me.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. I do.
And then too, like working on your own business, like you feel like you got to put more into it than you gave to them. Like not even equal, but like way more than you put into somebody else's dream. Do y'all ever feel like does that ever like
Yes.
hit y'all too?
Whenever I first started Trap, I was still working at the apartment complex. And I remember forcing myself, if I work 8 hours at this job, then I'm gonna come home and I'm not gonna do nothing but work on my business until I put in the same amount of time. And that's where this overworking workaholic energy really started getting bad because it was like, at one point, I don't even remember really resting. I remember just being like, I remember working on my business so much that I started resenting my job. And then because I was putting in more work into Trap than I was my job, I had to play catch up. Then I got promoted and I got dumped with so much work that Trap had to go on the back burner because I was so comfortable with the paychecks.
Ooh, child.
The paychecks ran up. So I was like, oh shit, I can do this. I can do that. I can get this. I can get a new car. So I went out and got a almost $500 car note because I was making more money. That got diagnosed with the high anxiety and all that shit. And was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just focus on Reiki and my business because these whites is, I'm gonna fuck them up. Like they got one more time to tell me, and then I had to take the fucking drug test. So I was like, fuck it, I'm about to focus on my business. And if this is how I'm going out, then I just trust you. I'll never forget, my doctor pulled me out of work for a week, the week of my birthday. I sent them the note on a Tuesday morning. They fired me that next Wednesday morning.
Oh, wow.
My birthday was that Saturday. I didn't know what I was gonna do. And I was so worried because I was like, I'm gonna have to move out of my apartment. All I had been saying with my words, that's why I tell y'all, be careful with what the fuck you say. All I was projecting, I just want to do Reiki in my house full time and not have to go to this job ever again.
Now look at you.
Voila, magic. Okay, that's what the song is saying.
Full time, full time.
So going back to your question, I am now overworking myself because it's like I'm a year. I just have officially hit a year where I have not had a 9-to-5. And I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. And so now I'm like, so what are you gonna do?
That's
You live in and see, this is where the negative self-talk, this is where I have to unparent myself. You live at home with your mama, so that means you failed. You're not really successful as you think you are because you're not in your own house anymore. So all you really got is this business, but it really don't show for shit because you live at home. This is what I tell myself, y'all.
But you know what? I think that has to do with inner child healing as well, right? Because I think as a community, right, as Black people, our family is so gung-ho about us turning 18 and having to get the fuck out.
Exactly.
That it puts us in a certain
your mama
mindset.
house with no kid.
Listen, I had to do that in a domestic violence situation, and it took me months to make that decision because I didn't want to be 32, going back to my mama house, trying to figure my life out with this kid. I mean, it was, but I think it all has to do with that inner child healing. And I mean, that inner child, you know.
If you look at like other cultures, like Caribbean cultures and like Latin cultures, Asian cultures, like a lot of them, you don't leave until you're married. Like however long that takes, you stay and you live with your parents. And then if you move off and you get married, then eventually your parents come to live with you and you're still back in that same kind of like more than just your nuclear family and a household. Right. And I had to do that after I broke up with my daughter's father. I moved back with my mom. And I kind of like, I had to shift my mindset because I was feeling like that too. Like, oh man, like I'm not in a career like I thought I would be in by now. Yeah, I went to college. I have a kid. I'm like a single mom living at home with my mom. Like, but then I started to look at it different. Like, we feel like sometimes like that ego, like wanting it to do all by yourself, having to like take a step back and seeing like what my daughter was getting out of it and how like we're all like helping each other. And it's like, why do we have to put so much pressure on ourselves to do it all by ourselves when we have the resources to help each other? We should just do it. Like, what's the advantage of being on your own besides like having your own space? Like there's still like, it's still beneficial for everyone. But maybe not in the way that we might think in the beginning.
That is true.
Girl, y'all talking about 30, try being fucking 45. The shit don't stop. It don't fucking stop. Let me make you aware of that shit. It just, it doesn't stop. Like, I'm 45 years old. I have these conversations with myself all the time, but what I did decide was I'm going to be on my own schedule and I'm going to be on my own time. I've been on other people's time for so fucking long. I've made money for other people. I've been on their schedules and their shit, not getting shit back from it.
Come on.
Like nothing. And I decided to myself, I let a lady go in front of me the other day and she was like, "You sure?" I said, "Baby, I'm never going to be in a hurry again the rest of my fucking life. Go ahead." Because it's okay. Because I just decided to myself, like, I'm just not. And I go back and forth with it, but I just made that decision. I'm like, you've come too far. You've acquired too many skills to go back and give this shit to somebody else when you could be giving. Do I know what I'm gonna do with it? Hell no. I think about it all the time. I know, but I know what I'm not gonna do. I know what I'm not gonna do because I'm just like, when I sit back and I look back, like on all the things that I have done, even when I was younger, you know, and when we talk about like living on survival mode, I was doing that up until after 30. And figuring out just how to live, because I've been on my own for a long time. I left home when I was 16. And so I guess another perspective could be having gratitude that you do have somewhere to go back to, because I didn't. I didn't have anywhere to go back to. To go back to who? I left them motherfuckers for a reason. Now, my grandma's homes were always open to me, but the respect that I had for my grandma, the way I was living, I was not going to live like that in her house. But if I needed to go there and rest and shit, I could. My grandma's house was always available. My dad is still in that house right now. That house is always available to me. But, you know, just being grateful that you do have somewhere to go back to and you do have somebody that you can count. Like, you might not want to do that shit, but if you need to get in that motherfucking rest, then go ahead.
That's
Because a
it.
lot of people probably would wish that they could.
That's it.
And they couldn't because I didn't have that option.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just the thing. So, like, you know, getting older, like, those things don't change. And you have to, like, this whole thing about like reparenting and unlearning and, you know, all this shit. When you're just out here trying to live and you're figuring out how you're going to make it, shit, I got the eviction notices to show for that shit. Oh, are we going to the club? I'm going to get this outfit. Or is this going to get paid? You know, but, you know, I had to figure that shit out. You know what I'm saying? I had to figure it out. You know, it was a struggle. I lived in hotels.
Right.
Getting up every day, going to work, waiting tables, homeless, my car in the back, getting in before the cooks went in, getting all my shit together, out there looking like $1 million, smiling like a motherfucker. And I need some hotel money.
Yeah.
So that's just coming off some real shit.
Yeah.
That's just coming off some real shit. And, you know, it's really nothing to be ashamed of.
Yes.
And I had people out there, friends and family out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still in these situations.
Right.
And I always made the best of it because, I mean, that's just what you do.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, so when you think about it, I think you're, you know, when we talk about like celebrating that person who got us here, like, don't get me wrong, I got some shit I need to change, but this chick, that one that got me to this motherfucker, that one that's been resilient, that one is like, we need to get this money, we need to do this or do whatever.
Come on.
She ain't going out without a fight. She's like, bitch, you can't just leave me.
Oh.
You can't just leave me because it's been me and you.
Right.
That's it.
Now figure out how to make me better. I'll wait.
Come on.
But you can't just leave me. So that's the thing. You can. That's it.
That's where I'm at. Yeah. Like, come on. Let's do this shit together.
Let's do it together.
Come on. Let's do it together.
Yeah, let's do it together. I think that's the thing. You can't just, because she be like, what? Where you trying to leave me?
Right.
It don't work.
You really are the shit. Come on. You
okay.
But you know, that's it again. I'm gonna put it on a t-shirt and a hat because it's the alignment for me. Okay? Like number 6 is talking about feel shame at the idea of wanting to be prioritized or heard.
Ooh, that's me. But anyway.
I wrote about that in my letters last night.
Look at that.
Like I was even talking about how I'm overworking myself. Literally not, because y'all have even witnessed this, me speaking on this in a reading before about how I don't want to put myself out there for this reason. It's like, and y'all let me know how many can relate, but we're doing inner child, so we're gonna keep it 100. My mom has always worked in HR. She's always got really dressed up to go to work every day. Life has been hitting her. Okay. She now is basically a housekeeper. She says she's not. Her title is she's the housekeeper manager, but she ain't got no housekeepers. So she's the one cleaning these hotel rooms.
So her pride got her, okay.
Her pride is so there. But because of her pride and because I learned this pride, because I embodied her pride, I feel bad if I pop. I feel bad right now. Like she witnessed me make my card note and I came into a sticky note of her telling me that my December phone bill is due.
You could have just had a conversation with me. We could have like, just like we talk any other time and smoke blunts and shit together. You could have just casually been like, boo, you don't forget your phone bill, dude. Because honestly, I forgot. But I've been so focused on this car note. I've been so focused on getting the money to pay her trash bill because I still pay bills at her house, even though I don't live here anymore. So I am constantly like, I set goals for just what I need. I stop, and I'm not gonna cry, but if I do, just whatever. I stopped setting my goals for 10K a month because it feels bad. If I had that much money, I'm gonna feel responsible for taking care of her.
Yeah.
And I don't
want survivor's remorse.
I don't want to. I need to get me taken care of.
Correct.
You got a baby to take care of that you don't want to grow up the way that you did. So you got to do what you got to do for you. Now, your mother and her feelings, God bless it. We love you, Mom. Okay, we love you. And we know that you are on the downward slope. I don't have no problem taking care of what I got to take care of, helping you if I can, but I got to take care of me. But that's that survivor's remorse, bro. You can't let it hold you down. You can't. And they'll be mad. Baby, I done lived that whole your mama being jealous of you thing. Listen, it happens.
You better say it.
It happens. I had to cut my mama off.
Don't want to admit it and don't want to accept it. I still struggle with accepting it. And it takes money. Separate
Always.
me and my mom every single time.
Always. Because
if I make too much and I don't give her some of it, it's a problem. And that's her own stuff. Being here. That's why I don't like being here. Stuff. Yes. And so it's like number 6 really hit hard. And it's like I'm really realizing like even number 7 being looked at or being in the spotlight, I don't want to because I don't feel like I can trust the people around me. I feel like they watch and be like, oh, she got all these orders piled up, but don't even realize it cost me $100 fucking to ship it. So yeah, I may have made $300, but it's a business.
Right.
Money back into it. That sale was so I could launch the new set of candles, not so I could do this and do that and make sure you good.
Right.
Y'all know I've been out here raking her yard all week. This morning, she got the worst attitude. I'm gonna get off early today so I can rake my front yard. So you're not grateful for the 1.5 acres?
That's passive aggressive. That's passive aggressiveness, ma'am. She's mad about that money, baby. She's mad about your glow up. She's mad about you doing better than she is or was. She sees you beyond where you are, but she can't acknowledge that because she can't acknowledge that she's not beyond where she wanted to be.
You know what? A lot
you
of
don't want to see that growth.
Yes.
That's it.
But she want a part of what's coming
but
from
she want that
growth.
coin though, right?
You're what's coming from it.
It's like that story. I can't think of it. I'm gonna sum it up. It's a story about a fucking chicken or something out there trying to bake bread and trying to get motherfuckers to help her. Some other animals. And they didn't want to help. Nobody didn't want to go get the shit. Nobody didn't want to start the oven. Nobody didn't want to do a fucking thing. Right. When the bread got ready,
Chicken Little.
When the bread got ready,
wanted some.
Everybody wanted some.
Everybody want a piece of that bread.
Everybody want a piece of you. But baby, if you ain't with me on the way up, I'm a wave at you when I
get up.
Okay, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Period.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I wonder if it's a generational thing though.
I think
my mama like that. She's 64, so
that's what I'm
my mama was very jealous of me, and she was the youngest child, so she was the youngest daughter.
My mama is too.
And having me and her went through this, and I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. I'm gonna be real fucking transparent. And my mama's gone. My mama, the person that I gave decided to sleep with because I didn't get to give my virginity away. That's another story. But the person that I decided to be intimate with, my mama slept with this person.
You know what's crazy? I used to have dreams that happened to me all the time.
She slept with this person. He was maybe had gotten out of high school kind of at the time, and I was gone for the summer. And when I got back, he acted real weird. I couldn't figure out why. And me and my cousin was walking to the store. I can see this shit. I'm a very visual person, so I can see it like it was yesterday. I remember us to hit this little path to a store. So me and my cousin was walking to the store, and me and her were just kind of talking. And I know she wanted to tell me because she was the way she was just acting. And she was just like, I want you to know that this is what, because I was talking about him. And I was like, you know, he weird as hell since I got back, you know, whatever. And she told me that. And I don't even know like how I even thought about it. Being young, of course, I was mad. And I'm gonna tell you what's real funny. My Aunt Diane was basically like my mama's mama and my mama. I went down that hill to my aunt's house and I cried. My aunt marched up that motherfucker like Sophia. And her and my mama got into it. And she rocked her like they literally got into it. I was so upset when I got down there. But this is the type of shit that me and this lady went through. That's when I tell people, like when my mom passed and people had so much to say, I be like, y'all motherfuckers just don't even know.
Like who y'all talking about? Really?
Who is this lady that y'all talking about? Because y'all don't want me to, nobody don't want me to bring up certain shit. Why not? Bitch, I'm paying.
Did y'all see that
right
TikTok
now.
of the lady that was like that? Her mom died and she went to the funeral or didn't go or something like that. And all her family members kept calling her and harassing her. And she was like, she didn't feel no kind of way about her mom dying because her mom had treated her so awful. That's what that sounds like.
Wow.
Riz, what was you about to say?
I'm
sorry,
saying
Liz.
definitely gonna need a class on moms because I don't experience it, but my sister does, and it affects me because I'm watching how my sister, like my mom has like a love-hate relationship with my sister, but she like praises me, and I don't like it.
Is
But
your sister the oldest?
yeah,
That's why.
I know.
Oldest daughter syndrome is a
I'm
real
going through the
fucking
same thing.
Oldest
I
daughter
had that
syndrome.
same
My
situation.
brother,
Only daughter syndrome too.
my brother and sister never could understand some of the issues that I've had with my mama. My brother especially, because when my mama got real abusive, his dad came and got him. I told that boy, I said, I could tell you some stories about how I saved your fucking life. While you sitting here trying to talk to me about this lady. Be grateful that your daddy came and got you when he did. Because you've never had to experience what I've had to experience with her. But that would be the thing, because when you the oldest, you the guinea pig, you the experiment. You watching them grow up. My mama was 17. I used to call myself the community baby. The shit that I used to be around, the shit she allowed me to see.
Right.
My grandma was still whooping her ass and she my mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is real shit.
Yes. Yeah, break it down.
And she used to be so jealous. Like, it would be little things that she would do to me all the time because the attention went off her to me because you weren't taking care of me, so somebody had to.
She was still a child.
Her mind was still set on herself, right?
Yeah, she was selfish. Like, I'm supposed to be doing this. No, baby.
Very much so. I can remember incidents where I had left the house with her. I went back to my grandma's house to kind of help my grandma out. I was in high school. I was working. She came over there one day for something. Something happened. When I pulled up from work, all my clothes and shit was out in the front yard. How the fuck are you in here fucking with my clothes? Cause you were mad.
Right.
Because I'm fighting out this motherfucker. Because I have to. You don't want to see that fight. You didn't contribute to any of these things. And I remember when before my mama died, she was at my kitchen table and she was like, why do you think God left me here? I remember her asking me that. And I said, because he wants you to forgive yourself. You at my kitchen table, at my house. I'm helping you pay bills. I'm helping to take care of you. Because you know that I'm one of your only children can get it out. When you talking about getting it out the mud,
Come
Bitch,
on.
put my picture beside it.
Come on.
That's what you know.
Come on.
And I'm telling you that I didn't forgave you.
Come on.
I didn't moved on.
And
This shit
still
eating
trying to
you
figure out
up.
how to- Can't understand that. She's still trying to figure it out. Like, damn, I done did all this. And she's forgave.
Real.
And that shit eating you up. So that's what you have to do. And I would have to treat her with a long handle spoon. If I didn't feel like talking to her, I wouldn't. If you called me on some other shit, I don't have to talk to you.
Right.
I'm gonna deal with you how I want to, but I still love you.
Of course.
Because you my mama. None of this shit I wanted to have to do to you. You created this shit between us.
Absolutely.
You don't want to do that shit to your mama because you love her. I remember the first time me and my mama got to a physical altercation. No, I gotta put these hands on you because you didn't put them on me for too long. Now I gotta let you know this
Who
is where
you
the shit end.
Right. Right. Yeah.
You think I wanted to do that shit to my mama? Hell no.
Oh.
Hell no.
Right. Right.
But I had to. Some shit you just have to.
Yeah.
On some real shit, that's why I moved out. That's why I went to my grandma's house because we got into it and I kept saying like, yo, please don't do this in front of my child. Like my daughter right here asking me why me and you yelling at each other. Please stop. And instead you want to buck up at me.
Yeah.
I'll lay your ass out. Don't,
Ooh,
like, I'm your child. So therefore I got it worse than you.
Right.
Don't come for me. So
They
yeah.
don't be ready for that kind of realness though.
Yeah, we gonna take class.
Yeah. I wrote it down. Yeah, we definitely go into that because I feel like it touches on a lot. Even going down to number 9, used to living with risk or high levels of danger. Living with these type of parents, even when you think about sexual abuse.
I just want to say something real quick to Riz. You and your sister should have a conversation.
Oh, we do all the time.
Yeah, and when you go to your sister, like if you're ever experiencing any of those things, and just really let her know, because it just made me think about my mama used to try to stir up shit between me and my brother and sister all the time. I don't know why, and it just comes to you. And sometimes you don't understand your sister. And Jared, this is for you too. Because you and Michelle, sometimes you don't understand. And people can't really talk to you. Sometimes people have to express things the only way that they can.
The only way
because everybody's relationship looks different. So sometimes you be like, well, I don't want to talk to you because you yelling. If a motherfucker got to yell that shit out, let them yell it out.
Right.
Because you need to hear it. You can't dictate how a motherfucker gonna tell you something that you want to hear or that you need to hear. So when you're talking, like when your family, you have to just tell them, you have to let them know, yeah, that's our mama, but we're siblings. We're siblings. And our relationship to the parent is different. And you need to understand where I'm coming from. This happened to me, XYZ. This person put us through a bunch of bullshit. I might have got more of it than what you got. So those things are important when you're still building, when you have relationships and you have, if you're someone that has siblings and you're in this situation. Because you can't imagine how petty a fucking mom can be. They like, I told my mom once, I said, you're like a bitch on the street.
Right.
Almost. Like, what is happening? So I just wanted to say that.
I didn't realize how connected that unlocking our parents' inner child wounds and this mother topic. I'm definitely about to dive into that. You had Riz, you was about to say something.
Oh no, I was just saying me and my sister, we went through that because it was like having 2 moms because of the age gap. But now, like, that's my best friend. She my best friend. I feel away because I see how my mom treats her and my nephew because of how my mom treats my sister, and I don't like it, and I call her out on it, but I can't. It's nothing I can do. Like she don't want to change who she is. So.
That's
But
another perspective to look at it from, because it's like you are in a place where you see it. Like you see both sides of it and you're like, yo, like you're in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like having to accept. It's like, do you think that you feel guilt sometimes?
Yeah, I don't even like coming home because I get triggered. And it's like, even with my mom, my dad, everybody, my dad and my sister, they joke that like my mom treats me different. And I see it and I hate it. So I don't even like going around them. But yeah, so I don't know. That's also why I'm a hermit like a lot of the times too. So
I think you should journal that one.
Yeah.
Just journal how, leaving your sister out of it, but just journaling how it makes you feel that everyone sees that you're treated better.
Well, it's real. It's deep. That's why, I be avoiding doing that. But I'm gonna get to it because of the fact that, like I said, I kind of was raised as a only child because of our age gap. Like she was in high school and college and stuff when I was growing up. But I don't know. It's like my mama trying to make up for it now when I needed her when I was a kid. And now I'm like, I'm good. You don't have to come up here. I don't want to come home. She always want to be around us. But even the slightest thing, like the tone of her voice, how she talked to my sister and my nephew is different. And then she'll soften it to talk to me.
Mm-hmm. That's very observant.
I don't know what you're gonna unlock from it, and when you get ready to do it, if you need to call me, just let me know. But we're gonna have to tackle that one.
Yeah. That's the whole parent thing that I guess. I mean, with us talking about reparenting ourselves, we have to reflect on how we were raised and how our parents showed love too. So it's all tied in together. But yeah.
All right, we're gonna go into number 10. Can go long periods of time not noticing own body's cues. So if you gotta go to the bathroom, if you need to rest, all of y'all asses never know when the fuck to sit down until your ass gets sick or you gotta sit down. So everybody is dealing with that. Everybody. Number 11, familiar with burnout. Okay, like I just said. 12, there's no reason for their emotional struggles. So you're always
I said that the other day.
Right.
Exactly that.
Right. Like, yo, you really can't. I call it shutting down. I mean, it's just really as simple as it is. Your emotions start coming up and you just immediately shut down. The parent version of you is telling the inner version child of you, you need to stop acting like that or else. What your mama used to tell you? Shut up before I make you shut up, or stop crying before I give you the reason to cry. You're doing the same thing to yourself. Stop crying or I'm gonna give you a reason to cry.
My mom would just flat out be like, oh, you need to get over that.
Real quick.
The last one, not sure of their life story or path. So these are the ones that are still kind of like, what is my purpose? What am I doing this for? Why am I?
How y'all doing?
Not how y'all do it, Dina.
Shit. Hold on.
It be like
I'm getting lost, y'all. Hold on. Okay. So how did this happen? We've already talked about a lot of these things, and y'all have already gone through the different types of wounds. The 4 different types. We got trust wounds, we got abandonment wounds, we got neglect wounds, we got guilt wounds. When you're and I'm gonna be 100% transparent. If you got one, you got all.
Pretty much, they go hand in hand.
They all go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's just which one started and filtered into the rest of them.
Right.
But we're gonna have to work through all of them because it shows how if one chakra shuts down, the whole system starts. This is a prime example. So when we're dealing with these trust wounds, these are being afraid of being hurt, not trusting yourself, always finding ways not to trust others, feeling insecure, needing a lot of external validation, doesn't feel safe, and normally attracts people that reflect this.
Hey.
Hey. Here we go right into abandonment. Feels and fears being left out. Hates being alone, codependent, threatens to leave, normally attracts people who are unavailable. Emotionally unavailable, excuse me.
Yeah.
Child.
I
was gonna leave yesterday.
Nigga, don't play with me. Yeah.
Neglect wounds. Look, neglect wounds.
Come on.
Struggles to let things go.
Oh, bitch, I'm a petty. Oh, baby. Okay.
Low self-worth, gets angry easily, struggles to say no, fears being vulnerable, suppresses emotions, normally attracts people that don't show up, who don't even appreciate them or make them feel seen. So that's that relationship where you begging for attention.
Hello.
And you doing everything to get some attention and this motherfucker don't see you. Yeah, that's that neglect codependency wound that you, okay. So guilt wound.
The ghetto for me. Nope.
Why I feel like you talking to me?
Hello? All in my business.
Hey,
You in my
now,
business.
rug as you drag me. I ain't even fight.
I ain't even got through the guilt because this is what it's about to drag everybody. Y'all ready?
That's why we talking now, because we guilty. Okay.
Feeling sorry and bad for your damn self.
Man.
Don't like asking for things. Don't like asking for help.
Stop it.
Always using guilt to manipulate. But you
Listen,
said
my great aunt used to say you thought like Handy. I don't know what the hell it meant. But I feel like it belongs right here.
Set some boundaries. Don't want to tell somebody I don't want to do that.
And
normally attracting people that make you feel guilty. So now you just
I ended up with my first kid, baby.
Listen, like you just got these boundaries, but you don't know how to draw the line with them. You don't know how to use them whenever you need to.
Right. Say, well, then you ain't got them, do you?
Well, then you ain't got them. So then what you doing? What you doing? All you doing is harboring resentment. Right. You ain't got no damn boundaries. So every time somebody do something to piss you off and you don't say nothing about it, you hold on to it. And that becomes what? Resentment. So now you just a hoarder. You just hoarding all this damn resentment, and then you want to come to me for some damn Reiki, and you don't know why you feel the way you feel.
I'm done.
And know that Reiki ain't finna help. Okay.
Oh, that Reiki got to help. It's got to make you unlock all that shit. You thought,
yeah, but if you don't willingly do it, baby, you feel
it. You thought you was gonna suppress that. You thought you was going.
You thought you was gonna hide it. I found you.
That might be like the white character in Coming to America. Aha.
Right.
The resentment then gives us the excuse to label the other person as the bad guy.
Mhm.
And it's your toxic ass.
Putting all the responsibility of the situation on them. So therefore, going back to the beginning, you done blamed this motherfucker for some shit that you was supposed to be accountable for.
Right.
Fix it, Jesus.
Right.
Because you ain't had no damn boundaries.
Right.
And now what? We don't realize this. What we don't realize is that this is also just really creative and unconscious ways to deflect from us taking responsibility. Responsibility to stand up for ourselves, responsibility to express our feelings, responsibility for us to do the fucking inner work.
Right.
And to discover our self-worth. Because one thing is for sure, we can do this healing work all day long. You don't experience true self-worth until you recognize it within yourself. This is why that need for external validation from that trust wound, that's why this is hand in hand connected. You're not able to trust that you really are the shit.
Hello.
It's like you almost don't really believe it. Who told you you want the shit and you believed it? Because I can tell y'all that nigga that told me that my thighs was ashy at the beach when I was 18, yeah, he did a number on me.
Yeah.
I can't wait if I ever seen that motherfucker. Bitch, look at me now.
Look at me now.
It's a different story.
It's totally different story.
I bet you his thighs will be ashy.
His ass got fatter and his thighs got thicker, nigga.
He ashy, period.
All together ashy.
You ever seen somebody that you wanted so bad before and then you see him and you be like, God, I thank you for saving. This nigga don't even got teeth now. Like the fuck? I thank you for saving me from him. Where's his teeth at? Where's his teeth? You knew I was too good for him.
My high school crush, baby, he would find his way down to the high school building, baby. Let me tell you, he's so ugly now. All on my friends list on the Facebook, sir.
Mr. Sir, go.
You is ugly now, and I is married. I don't want no parts of that, sir. Go on over there somewhere.
Go ahead. That's hilarious.
I know. Appropriate boundaries are almost always reflective of self-worth. And so if our self-worth is hurting, we will always have a difficult time drawing an appropriate boundary. And we will continue with the coping mechanism of blaming the other person instead. What was that card? Surrender to the idea that you can fix someone. Every time that y'all got in that card, I told you that you have to stop trying to take accountability for somebody else's healing. You got to start taking accountability for the fact that you're blaming somebody else for something that you need to heal from. So surrender the idea that you are the victim.
Leave me alone.
Victim.
Leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Damn it, they did.
I'm just saying.
Leave me alone.
It's the call out for me. It's the call out.
You know?
I mean, but once we work on it, once we work on healing our past wounds and conditioning
And the limiting beliefs and our self-worth will automatically start to improve, showing us behaviors that we will and will not stand for, and even energies that we can and cannot allow in our lives. A lot of us are already here. Most of us are already here. This is why you're in this workshop right now. So therefore, now, like I've been saying all morning, now we go into creating these more healthy boundaries, these more healthy alternatives for the limiting beliefs, the past wounds. This improved self-worth is ultimately not only what helps us draw appropriate boundaries, but also helps us to attract a better quality of treatment, interaction, and relationship as a reflection of that worth and new beliefs. Taking us right into unparenting. Yes, go ahead.
So in relation to what you just said, I guess it would be that, you know, once you have gotten to a certain level that you can introduce that type of like relationship into your life, right? Because I feel like I had done a lot of like self-work, and I always have viewed myself as a very self-aware person in terms of relationships, like staying present in the relationships. So that way I can always say, I honestly gave it all that I thought that I could, you know what I mean? And I was coming out of a relationship with my abusive baby daddy. And I ended up in this relationship with my husband, with my now husband. And like looking at my relationship with my husband is like the person I needed to bring out the things that I had not yet tapped into, which is kind of how I got on my whole spiritual journey and all of that to begin with. So I guess I feel like I haven't like gotten to all of the things that you're talking about, like the healing and like all of the deeper work. I feel like my work was very surface, but somehow I attracted this man that, if you ask me, is incredible and has like this literal background in like psychology and all this stuff. So of course it's like, he's like a natural psychologist. So it's just like interesting though. Like he's always been pulled towards psychology. And so he finally went to school for it, yada. And our backgrounds are totally different. And so his experiences that he had in life, it's like I needed those things. Like I need those things in my experience to help him. So it's very interesting.
So I can
what you're talking about, attracting that kind of energy.
Yeah, I can relate in a major way because I'm not done with my healing work. And I think a major part of that statement that we all can take from that is we'll never be fully done with the healing work.
Okay, yeah.
So we got to get out of this mindset of being prepared for this person, but more so being in a mindset of being open to receive support and love from a person with true intentions. See, for example, the situation that I'm currently in, as much as I still can't believe how it happened, it was so organic that I can't question it. And we came into each other's lives for very clear purposes. And he pours into me in ways that I've never experienced, but I have been calling in. And I pour into him in ways that he's needed and didn't know it. And so together we're building. I feel like if you have subconsciously had an intention of attracting somebody that you can grow and build with, and y'all will continue to pour into each other, then the timing, again, that's a sign of ego when we feel like the timing has to come at a particular time. But divine timing will connect a divine connection. And so the connection for you happened on divine timing because you might have been on the edge of a spiral that would put you in a totally different position.
Very
but because
true.
you allowed yourself to be open and experience love yet again, this has been your reward. And so when we talk about sabotage, this is why you got to be mindful and have the self-aware in the relationship, because it's that meme that they got out for us about the men. It can relate. The meme said, imagine God sending you an angel and you hurting her. Imagine Most High just sent you the divine masculine that you've been asking for, and you don't do right by it.
Right.
Everybody is in position and everybody plays their part but you. Now what? So I think that is very incredible that you, I'm gonna be honest, coming from being in an abusive relationship in every relationship I've been in, I think it's beautiful that we even continue to even look
to look for it.
to even experience it, to even like after the first motherfucker, I still be like, how the fuck do you even like a moment of transparency? I've touched on it a couple of times, but I was talking to a guy over the summer. It was like a real little quick thing. We were fucking and he said, you my bitch, and it turned me off. So I just ghosted him, never talked to him again after that. Boom. So then go on to the next one. He's got great conversation, I felt more comfortable with him. And then now we get together. He's an alcoholic, but he hid it really, really well. This man literally raped me at 11 p.m. Yeah. And I had no one to tell. I couldn't call anybody. Like I literally just had to go through it. I remember doing Reiki on myself, walking back to my car, just screaming and crying, hoping that someone would come outside to ask me what was wrong. So then they would call the police because I couldn't do it. Because I've been conditioned not to go to the police. And with my daughter's dad, every time the abuse happened, his neighbor would call the police and he would make me lie. And I would do it. So he never got in trouble. So I'm conditioned not to get the person that hurts me in trouble.
Right.
I experienced this just a few months ago. But because I knew that if I closed myself off, that I would never heal the way that I need to from these situations, I would continue this cycle of abuse. And I would continue this cycle of different forms of abuse now, because now I went from physical abuse to sexual abuse. And the fact that I can even talk about it just goes to show, if you really just trust and commit to giving everything you got to focusing on being the best version of you, that everything will align for you. Like right now, I remember waking up this morning and just being like, yo, I'm really in a place that I never thought I would be in. I'm about to host a workshop with a group of women. This was a dream that I had last year, and it's happening. Last year, I wanted to be in some kind of relationship, some kind of meaningful connection that didn't necessarily have to have a title, but I knew that was going to be my life partner. That's been my manifestation, a life partner. All this man speaks about is us building a life. And
the way he interacts with my daughter, the way he immediately takes her in. I wanted her to make sure she had a father because I grew up without one. I have my real father and my stepfather. My mom and my stepfather are no longer together, and my stepfather shows up for me more than my real father. I have to realize that my daughter will experience the same thing. It doesn't have to be her father. Her father cannot love her properly after he did all the things he did to me. How? She's a part of me. She do shit like me that you used to beat me for. You're gonna beat her.
Yep. Because you don't know how to control what you got going on, sir.
She was 3 years old, and I still don't believe that she really broke her arm the way he says she did. I've seen the vision that he broke her arm. I don't
probably tried to get her to not say nothing about it, like he often tried to do with you.
Bruh, she says the story verbatim every fucking time.
Down to the T.
Down to the fucking T. Every time. He programmed her, just like he programmed me. So I had this love for women that have been abused that continue to love, that continue to open their heart up. That's the most beautiful thing about being a woman. You have that big of a fucking heart. Imagine a man trying to love again after the shit that they put us through.
Yeah. They can't off the simplest shit, let alone go through all of that. Hell.
Exactly. But
they be holding on to the girl who rejected them in 6th grade, and I have nothing.
Listen,
he like, bruh,
she likes my friend more now. I don't trust women. It's like you were 12. What's
right?
Let it go.
You wasn't even dealing with women, you weirdo. You're probably mad because your mama wasn't shit, but you don't want to tell your mama she ain't shit.
That's their mama issues. That's their mama issues that they got to fucking deal with too.
Yeah. Your mother wasn't shit, and so now you trying to make every woman that shit. So go on somewhere.
But look at the beautiful perspective of it whenever you realize
right
how much of an impact you was on that motherfucker.
Right.
Oh, they thinking about it right now. You the one
they
like
build
I
them
fucked
from the
up.
bottom to the damn top.
Yeah.
My parents have known each other since they were
Every
6.
time they
My
hit
parents
you
are
with that
64.
hey stranger, bitch, I done moved on. Hey stranger.
My daddy has married 3 women since my mama, and he's still trying to replace my mama. When I tell y'all every woman look like my mama, but he won't treat my mama right, won't do right by it. But they've been knowing each other since they were 6 years old. They 64. Blessed Jesus.
That's great because my first love / boyfriend, he cheated on me and got a girl pregnant. I swear, the girl looks like she's like my doppelganger. It's like crazy.
Right.
I'm like, wow, you really have a type, don't you?
Bruh, my daughter's father, I got pregnant by the rebound. Right. Like he saw gold and fucking struck, and I fell for the okie doke. The dude that my last boyfriend, which is the one that I thought we were just meant to be, my daughter's dad is his lookalike.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how he became the rebound.
Motherfucker with a beard, tall, dark skin. They both put their glasses on the stand by side. It's like, ugh. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
And in that moment, there was another guy that I was about to start talking to, and guess what, y'all? He was number 3, and I said, "Okay, you gotta heal. You gotta heal, because you have a problem."
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's how I prompted into everything. But yeah, so I just I want y'all to know that, like, for the ones that are looking to call in love, the real love, and I know y'all hear me say it all the time, the real love is the love that you show yourself, because I swear I would have never met this man if I did not start doing the things that y'all saw me doing to just pour into me for once. I really picked me for the first time in my life. And I'm a people pleaser. I am a people pleaser. I suffer from PTSD from people pleasing, okay? At its finest. I told y'all that I lied to the motherfucking police.
Right.
People pleasing at its motherfucking finest. Talk about somebody putting their needs to the side so he wouldn't get fired from his job. So y'all gotta really, really, really think about it from this perspective. Going back to the inner child and this unparenting slide, if we only know the love that we received as a child, what kind of love metric do you have that you have been accepting? And does it match what your version of love is in your mind, what your hidden expectations of love is? See, that's all that needs to be unlearned and unparented right now, because you've taught yourself and conditioned yourself to receive love in a certain way. I grew up watching my mom be abused. I watched my mom married and divorced 4 times. When I speak on my mother, that's usually one of the first things I say. She was abused, married and divorced 4 times. What do you think that did to me growing up? 3 relationships.
I think that was acceptable.
Yeah. 3 relationships where I was abused. 3. Fighting grown ass fucking men. My little ass. That's why I'm so fucking hood. I had no choice. You got this hood ass motherfucker trying to beat on you? Fuck that. Because my whole thing is I do makeup, motherfucker. So if you fuck my face up, this is, I was raised, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. Oh my God, you're so pretty. You're so gorgeous. You're so pretty. You're like, fuck, am I anything other than fucking pretty? Damn.
Right.
So that automatically conditioned me. Always make sure you look pretty. You're a trophy. You're the trophy girl. You're the perfect girl for the hood nigga, because you just the trophy. You just sit there, you look pretty. That's all you gotta do. But then you get with these motherfuckers and they be like, yo, you're a female Malcolm X. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up. You talk too much. Like, I talk too much. Now I sound like my mama. Now I'm going off. Now I'm real sassy. All that. They don't like that shit. They don't like that shit. So now that learned behavior feels familiar. Oh, I'm used to this. This nigga really loved me. He really loved me because he treated me exactly like my mama's men did her. So this is good. This is it. This the one. He gonna do it one time and I'ma fight back and he gonna know. And then that one time turned into 2 times. Then that 2 times turned into 3 times. And then that 3rd time it was like, nah, bitch, get the fuck up out of here. I always left and I'm very grateful for that. I always knew when to leave. But I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. A big part of me the first lesson that I unlocked when I moved back into my mother's house in April was forgiving her for bringing her the abuse that really affected me the most, forgiving her for bringing him into our life. See, I know the exact moment that I disconnected. I knew exactly where my inner child and myself disconnected. My great-grandmother passed away. My uncle, one of my favorite uncles, passed away 30 days later. And 30 days after him, my grandfather passed away. My grandfather, a lot of y'all already know, that is my heart. That's the one who I have his birthday tattoo on my ring finger because he would have been the one to walk me down the aisle. His birthday is 3 days before my birthday. When he died, he was in the hospital. My mom met this man. This man had the same name as my mom. And before you know it, my mom and him are married when my granddaddy died. My granddaddy died. Now she's married to him. He's moved in. I hate him. I said it in the hospital. I said it when they got married. I keep saying it. I keep saying it. Enough is enough. I move out. I move in with my grandma. We, me and my grandma, we work it out to where we say she lonely, so she needs somebody to stay with her. The reality is, mama, I don't feel comfortable around him and my mama not listening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My grandma don't feel comfortable with him. She don't want me around him. So she's like, yes, come on.
Mm-hmm.
I had to forgive my mom for her being dumb and letting me come home as a 13-year-old to her with a hoodie on, pulling the hoodie back to show me a black eye. You know how traumatizing that is to see your mama with a black eye? When you as a kid had a feeling he was gonna do that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To her promising me he ain't coming back. Later, I'm at my very first track meet because I'm deciding to go out and step out and try to get physical. Because remember, I don't work out for shit. So I'm literally running in the track meet and I hear my mom screaming and shit. So naturally I'm excited. I look up and I see him and I lose my balance. And I I fall right then. Like I see him and it's like, what the fuck? My face is kissing the track. My mom jumps. She comes save me, but he's right there. I'm going off. Few weeks later, 2:00 in the morning, my grandma's like, wake up, put some clothes on.
Glad you asked this question, sis. So let's get right in. Today we're going to show you
I said, my mom's, he did it again. My mom's not okay. And she was like, I don't know. And I was like, my mom's not okay. Like, that's all I kept saying. She's like, just get dressed. I remember pulling up to my mom's street and seeing so many sirens and lights that I literally was like, she's dead. I had no feelings. So then we get here, it's sheriffs, it's the ambulance, it's the fire department. It's a trail of blood leading to my mom's room. It's blood all on the walls. He beat her, just beat her in her sleep, just beat her until she left her for dead. Broken rib punched her a hole in her lungs, face all fucked up. I just lost the three most important people to me. And you bring this bullshit to me, and then you don't give me any help. We don't talk about it. We don't heal from it. I'm supposed to just go through life.
Right.
Now, your trauma might not be this kind of trauma, but whatever it was that disconnected you from you, that moment you was just like, enough is a fucking enough. That's what you got to go back to and forgive your parents.
Because if you can forgive your parents, then you can unparent yourself in that moment. You can understand why you receive that kind of love and why that kind of love is a boundary you want to start creating with that kind of energy. See, when we forgive our parents, we start understanding that they also have a childhood that they have to heal from. They didn't know what they were doing. A lot of y'all experienced parents that were really, really young. So they didn't experience unconditional love themselves. So don't try to change them. Now that you're aware, we all know that we're breaking that cycle. Like, we understand that we have to forgive them for them just not knowing how to properly love us, and then forgive ourselves for following that cycle and looking for that kind of love in all the wrong places.
Mm-hmm.
Like I keep telling y'all, it's levels to the healing part. Sometimes your inner child just needs to know that it's not your fault. It's not your fault that people are in a bad fucking mood. Just because when you were young and when they were in a bad mood and they took that shit out on you, you don't have to keep accepting that. Because it's not your fault. You can forgive them for that and forgive yourself for continuing to let that happen. But from this moment forward, because you have that new self-awareness, you have no choice but to go ahead and do what you need to do and no longer take on that energy. I remember,
I just wanted to say, like, I think that piggybacks back to guilt. So in this process of forgiving, you still have to release the guilt that you're the people pleasing, and that's you doing things to make them happy when you don't want. That's you giving your money. That's you raking the yard.
Mm-hmm.
That's them coming to you for certain things that they weren't able to give. So yeah, you're forgiving because, you know, that's just a certain part of, that's for you, basically, in order to move forward. But I'm, and this is just maybe me personally from what I experienced. Like, I had to, and it ties into like how I deal with people too. And it's something that, like, you just have to release the guilt of being like, you've never given me, like, yeah, I know my mom went through some things. And when I got older, I could understand it. And when we had conversations, and this is the thing, I never heard from her what I wanted to hear. So like, those are the things you got to think about if you ever have these conversations. What you want to hear, you're not going to hear that shit.
Right.
You have to look at it in their actions. Did I know she was sorry for what she did? Yeah. Because I could see it in her. She didn't have the words to tell me.
She didn't know how.
Because she knew she fucked up.
Yeah.
But did I tell her she was sorry? I could. But I also had to keep her at a, because it was like, something in me was like, I don't owe you that.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about my dad, because we ain't talked about daddies like that, but I kind of feel that same way too with him. You know, and people like to say, you know, well, this is your only parent or this and that and the third. But at the same time, though, certain things I don't owe you. So, you know, we wanted to do things to kind of be like, look at us, and we want to make you happy. And but who was making me happy?
Mm-hmm.
Who was doing that for me? When you talk about the things that your mom was doing, you kept choosing all this other shit.
Right.
I'm right in front of you.
Right.
And every fucking choice you made was not about me.
Mm-hmm.
You just kept choosing all this bullshit. And that's the reason why it's circulating back into their life the way it is, because they didn't heal. You know, me and you talked about this before, like my transformation that I'm in the middle of is dedicated to my mama, because I know she left here still hurt, still broke, still bitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going out like that.
Nah.
Right.
But you know, at the same time, I think that just comes to like boundary, like all the shit just ties right the fuck back. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just going right back. So that's the thing with like boundaries. What I got to do this for you to show you I love you. All you had to do was keep that motherfucker outside to show me that you love me.
Hello.
You couldn't even do that. So I got to do what to show you?
All you have to do is just listen. You couldn't do that.
Imagine realizing that you had the gift as a child. Everybody was telling you, and when you used it, nobody listened.
Mm-hmm.
So then you wonder why we go through not using it.
Right.
Then it circles back around. I have my daughter. I start tapping in with my gift. Guess who's got the fucking gift to?
Right.
My
Of course.
spoke so much shit into my life that it's just like, I've told y'all before, she keeps saying she wants this little brother. Got a 10-month-old bonus son. She got exactly what she wanted, and her mama ain't had to have no baby. Perfect. Like literally everything that has happened in my life, my daughter has manifested it. So I then look back on how I've manifested things, and it's like, give you a little bit and then you still don't do right. You still don't do enough. And when I say enough, it's like, I'm not putting an expectation on you, but you're not doing enough for yourself. And you're mad at me because I am.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm intentionally making sure that I take care of me first.
That part.
I get a lot of judgment because I do my hair before I do my daughter's hair. And it's like, nah, because I have to feel good and get my shit out the way in order to even have the
pour her.
Yeah. Like I can't pour from an empty cup. And when people realize that, that's when everything will start flowing. How do you keep your cup full? Boundaries.
Right.
How do you fill your cup? Your self-worth, self-validation. Everything goes hand in hand. So yeah, it's like literally a whole cycle. And once you become so self-aware of it, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see you, you can't unsee you again.
Some real shit.
Inner child needs to know that you're worthy of everything good, and it's okay to feel. That goes back to when we suppress our emotions and tell ourselves, stop crying.
Not me, because I'm a fucking crybaby.
I know I'm a crybaby too, but you know when you're like, okay, that's enough.
I'm a cry. And that's me. Bitch, shut up. Shit.
I'll cry and be like, all right, now you acting like a bitch.
Hello.
That's the nigga in me. That's
Listen, after my last baby, I can't stop crying. Like every time I talk, I told my husband, every time we talk about something deep, I feel like I'm pulling a white woman on him. Like because that's how unused to crying I am. Like I feel like I'm, giving this, like his perception of it is me like doing the white woman weaponizing the tears thing. And I really don't. Like I really just can't like not cry. Because I don't like being vulnerable, which leads into the other conversation, the other point that you were making about not wanting to be vulnerable as a part of that inner child healing. And I don't be wanting to be vulnerable because I've always felt like nobody ever paid attention to me when I was standing in my truth and speaking my truth. So I just refuse to talk to anybody about it. And he's been begging me for 5 years. We've been married for 5 years and together for 6, which is a whole nother story. But begging me to be me. And I just realized in this relationship that I don't even know who I am to do that. So them tears be rough, boy.
Crying is a good form of release, though. That's probably the thing. You're probably, like you said, if you're not used to it and you're starting to feel comfortable about just kind of just being you, crying is a good release. It's a good cleansing of the soul.
Right.
You feel better after. You can think, like, I know for me personally, I'm just one of those, especially because me living off survival mode, I've had some tough times. And sometimes that shit'll hit you and I'll cry. But then when I cry, I either then got mad as hell or some shit about to go down, because in the morning I'm about to put in this work. Like, yeah, bitch, you was crying tonight, but today we're gonna have to get out here and do some other shit.
Right.
So crying is good to kind of cleanse out some shit.
And I'm understanding
Suppression
that, and I'm being
shows up in your
accepted of it.
body. Like with me getting into herbs and different things, suppression shows up in your body physically. Like I was watching this video one time and it didn't dawn on me when I was really dealing with high anxiety and being overwhelmed. This girl made a video about having spasms from anxiety, right? And so I had to think about it. And I was like, yeah, I might get a pain in like my arm randomly. And I had to think about like what I was thinking about and shit, what I was feeling as to why it was presenting itself in my body. So now when if I get anxious or something's on my mind and I can feel it, I just stop and breathe. I either if I can touch the place of my body, I put my hand there. If not, I direct my mind to that place. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you showing up in my body? I didn't invite you. Let me get this. Let me back up with whatever this is on my mind. And I take a few deep breaths and no shit. That shit just kind of, get the hell on. Because, So it shows up when you hold shit in. It shows up in your emotion. It shows up in your physical. You know, like with me going back and forth about weight, and I thought about that. I used to eat because it was comforting. You ain't hungry. The fuck? Drink some water. My issues when that sugar shit be hitting you and you want all them sweets. Yeah, you feel it. Your spirit is not where it should be. That's why you reaching for all them cookies and all that bullshit. Now, if you're on your cycle, that's another thing. But like literally, if you're thinking about the type of stuff that you want to eat and the things that you're doing, you know, and where you're holding the weight at. So like it just, all that shit that you're feeling, if you don't let that shit out and find a way to let it out in a positive way, it's going to present itself physically. Because it ain't got nowhere else to go.
Exactly. I want you, whenever we do these daily routines, I want you to incorporate how you can physically get some of the suppressed emotions out. That's going to be a key thing.
And think about getting some herbs that you can, because herbs are spiritual. They hold a lot of power. And think about getting you something that you can have, like when you're in a mood, you need a mood booster, something to balance you out. Ashwagandha is very good for that, to just level off some shit. So think about like catering to your spirit in that kind of way. If you have herbs at home, you know, angelica root is really good for your feminine side. It's connected to Venus. Marshmallow root is really good for that. So if you're thinking about your feminine side and kind of soften it up a little bit. So like, incorporate some of those things into your body and into your system, because it'll make you feel better.
Yeah.
You know, you need a mood lifter. Put you some cinnamon and some oranges and some rosemary in a pot and put it on your stove and let it boil and open a window. Because aromatherapy is good for your mind. I'm always burning an incense or some kind of essential oil or some shit all the time, because that's good to lift your spirits. I mean,
there's another bruja that I follow on Instagram that talks about using scent as a way to manifest. So like, you know, like treating yourself to like an expensive perfume because of whatever that brings to mind for you. Like you want to you want to be abundant, you want to smell like your luxury, you know, smell like you're a certain way, whatever you're trying to manifest into your life, you want to like be able to manifest through scent. And
That is
so
so true. I used to, that's so crazy you say that because I started out in cosmetics selling
It's
fragrances.
11:11. Sorry.
And that is so true because when I used to sell fragrances to people and we would always talk about it, I'd be like, girl, how you want to feel?
Right.
Well, where are you wearing this to? You going on a date? You going, is this for a job interview? What we buying this for? How you want to feel? My favorite perfume is Alien. That shit smell like I shouldn't have to work for nobody, nothing. I got the best coochie on the plant. Like that shit smells so good. Oh, baby, if you ever go to a department store and you can smell that shit, it's called Alien. It's in a purple bottle. And girl, please.
Yeah. This the rich bitch shit. Hold
Yeah,
on.
this the rich bitch shit. Work for who? Do what?
Right.
Okay.
that's gonna be the new that's the new scent. Work for who?
That part.
Always buy.
Look, I need that on the t-shirt. Work for who? Because I really want y'all to ask me, work for who? Nigga, me.
I love it. That is so dope because that is so true. That is so true.
Shit. That is too funny.
It's so true because I used to tell people when we working in cosmetics, I would be like, yeah, you got on this eyeshadow and you got this on, and it's beautiful. But you ever walk by a person, especially a man, my God, you walk by that motherfucker, you like, Nick, boy,
come here.
Come here. What in the hell?
I literally be curling up on the couch and I will grab his coat that smells and just
smell it.
Like, why you got my coat on? Like, because it smell like you.
Because it smells good.
You in my business. That's why you in my business.
You in that scent. Yeah.
And you be like, yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And this
but when I used to work at Sephora, that's exactly how they taught us to sell fragrances. So yeah, that's very true. If you work with essential oils and diffusers, it's this one blend that I use all the time, and I call it the Get Shit Done blend. It's peppermint oil and orange.
Yes. I actually just made a perfume and it's in the closet.
Man.
I want to see what how it's going to turn out because I said, and it was crazy. I've always wanted to go to London. Don't ask me why. But I feel like I need to put my feet there. And they have a place where you can make a perfumery, what they like to call it, where you can go in there and make it. I think it's one in New York too. I don't know. And people used to be like, you sell this shit so good. You know the smells. I could smell some shit and be like, oh, well, that's got. And I said to myself, I'm going to make a perfume. So it's in the closet. And I found this essential oil that I really like. And I burn it all the time. And I was just like, maybe I wonder what this will smell like on the body. So I made a perfume and I put it in I use almond oil and calendula and that scent for the body, like to rub on the body. I know that shit gonna be fire. When it come out, it's gonna be so good.
Yeah. And I'm over here doing the same thing with the same oils. Not the scent though, but just on the same page.
Yeah, because I was like, I gotta do something. My body is getting drier. And I'm like, it's, I guess getting into like this, when we talk about creating rituals and like self-care, I found myself like not paying attention to myself. Like back in the day, you got your apartment, you living your single life, you oiling shit up all the time and being all whatever. Bitch, what happened? Your feet are dry. Your feet dry. Like, what is going on in your life? Why am I not giving myself this simple kind of attention, taking a nice hot bath, getting out, oiling down, like different stuff like that? I've been doing mirror work lately. And I've been taking a lot of pictures of myself. I have this book and it's called Pussy Prayers. And it's actually pretty cute. And it talks about getting back to yourself through your vagina.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just has a lot of cute rituals and different things in there. So it's a part in there that says, take pictures of yourself more often.
Yeah.
It talks about doing mirror work, like kind of just sitting in the mirror, naked, maybe just really sitting with yourself in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
But like it dawned on me, like, you're not giving look at your body. Your body done got you through all this shit. Your body done got you through a whole panorama, healthy, thank you, God.
Right.
Your hands, your legs, your everything. Why are you not rubbing this shit down and taking care of this shit the way you supposed to?
Come on.
Yeah, this the alignment because I'm on the same wave.
I said to myself, like, and I've never been a small person, and I don't want to be small.
Right.
I want to be healthy, and so that's the goal. So I kept saying to myself, like, well, why are you not? Because when I get on, I'm on. When I get disciplined, I get disciplined. So I'm just kind of like, why are you not sitting with yourself a little bit more, taking the time to like, take care of you.
Right.
So I think when we're doing our 2 weeks, that should be something we should be thinking about, like incorporating, like, how are we really taking care of us?
Yeah, I just wrote down mood boosters, perfumes, oils, and aromatherapy. Physical activity to release suppressed energy, affirmations to reverse negative self-talk. As I'm getting these downloads, I'm gonna do a follow-up message in here, but it's gonna be different parts to this follow-up. So y'all gonna have to work with me. But the first part is gonna be what you need to make sure you include in your daily routine. And then on that thread, everybody just start putting your daily routine as you get it put together in there. So that way we can hold your ass accountable. I'm just saying. So I do want to go ahead and so y'all let me know how y'all want to do this, because we've been on here for a minute and I know people got like some stuff to do. Here it's already 11.
I don't got nothing to do.
Okay.
Look, 8.
No, I do
So
got some work to do.
We still got the rest of this slide, and then
He's like, we on our own time. We ain't on nobody's schedule.
Work for who?
I'm still
Work for
here.
who?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna go actually work for these 3 kids up in here that don't pay me nothing.
All right, cool. We'll keep going. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like, because I mean, y'all know I'm bad with time anyway. If you hadn't noticed, I run over on every fucking thing. But
time ain't real.
The time
they've been lying.
So that's why I think I need to.
What do you say to me all the time? Surrender to divine timing.
Right.
Tell her, Megan.
Everything. Everything. Well, I will say I have to just go get my little one in transition. So if anything, I want to go ahead and get through the slides, and then I'm going to start the meditation. And at that moment, I may switch over to my phone so I can just switch my locations from my mama house to my grandma house. So y'all just bear with me for that part. Yeah. I just
want us to get in the car and go with you.
Okay, yeah, y'all about to roll with me. y'all about to roll with me for the day. So
we bought it.
Bad it. So things your inner child might need to hear. We had left off on it's okay to feel. So you are not alone. I am with you. You are a good person and I love you. You are worth protecting. You are beautiful and loved. What happened to you is not your fault. Now, boundaries. These are 3 tips for inner child alignment. Boundaries. Saying no when things are not in alignment with your desires. Remember, no is a complete sentence. Use your voice. Show your inner child how to stand up for themselves and have self-respect by healthily communicating your feelings and emotions. People pleasing. To all my PTSD people pleasing people. Get in a routine of putting your needs at the top of your priority list before the needs of others.
But we're not about to keep going into that because we already talked about this list of things we're about to do. So how do we reparent ourselves? Let's talk about that real quick. Reparenting ourselves doesn't mean that our inner child runs the show, but it does mean that we are not betraying ourselves to fit the needs of others' needs and wants. We have to make sure that all that we do is coming from a place of self-love and self-compassion. If we are putting our feelings above if we are putting others' feelings above our own, then our inner child feels abandoned and scared. So when working with reparenting the inner child, understanding that you oftentimes have become your own abuser to your inner child. So we are reparenting these negative self-talk moments. We are reparenting these moments where we have been so hard on ourselves with some more positive affirmations, with telling our inner child some things that we might need to hear. Okay? So this is why these positive affirmations are going to be very, very important. Boundaries. Creating these boundaries is going to be very important. Using your voice. Remember, the throat chakra is connected to self-worth. It's the motherfucking alignment for me. Like, I didn't go to school for this shit, y'all. I just been kind of studying and paying attention, and the way that this shit is just flowing and aligning and coming together with everything that we've been talking about and working on up until this point. You have to recognize your own worth. Throat chakra. Finding balance. Release the blame. The behavior of our parents is a reflection of our own emotional wounds, not bad intention. I'm gonna read that again. The behavior of our parents is a reflection of their own emotional wounds. So taking that idea that you can fix them, taking that idea that you can change them, taking that idea that they're supposed to be a certain way, that is a reflection of their own emotional wounds and not bad intention. So meditate and pray and journal for forgiveness. This is why we're forgiving them. So we're releasing that blame. We're releasing blaming them because they're the parent and they should have behaved a certain way. Create self-care habits. As adults, we have issues with good habits because we didn't see adults doing this for themselves and we feel unworthy. That's that throat chakra. Parenting self is about creating new habits, and that's exactly what we're about to do. Ask yourself, is this action harmful or helpful to who I want to be in the future? Ask yourself this often. Get used to asking yourself this before you make decisions, before you react. Use this affirmation. I am my own responsibility. I have a new opportunity to create life in my own terms. You're in control of how you do this shit. You the adult now. Play. Find it
Find it wherever you can, at the park, at the gym, in your living room, dancing to music. Play heals. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate every part of yourself. Things that I'm releasing. The need for outside validation. Relationships I have been forcing expired dreams and goals. Side as beliefs, people that I've outgrown, negative behavior, patterns, and fear-based decisions. Anything and anyone that hurts me, what couldn't, what could have, or wouldn't, or should have been a mindset, a deficient mindset. This is what I used to be. Everything from your past, every way that you used to view yourself, every way you used to look at yourself, every way that you used to look at situations that was from a expired mindset, from an expired way of thinking. These are the things that you want to focus on releasing. These are the parts of the unparenting that need releasing. When you blamed yourself for how you were emotionally treated, how you were physically treated as a child, when you blame that mindset, those emotional feelings, those are now time to be released. I want to point out on page 14 on the presentation that's already on the site, there's a list of affirmations. So when you're writing out your new affirmations, pick a couple of them from this list too. I am safe. I am loved. I am protected. My needs and feelings are valid. I deserve happiness. I'm in control of my feelings. I love myself. I can protect myself. I can provide for myself. I show myself compassion. I decide how I feel regardless of others' outbursts or actions. I decide how I feel regardless of others' outbursts or actions. I choose to respond, not to react. No one can inflict anything on me that I cannot handle. I don't accept the projections. The projections do not affect me. So the last part of the presentation is, I want this to be 2 activities that we include to work on together. So I'm not going to give either one of these as homework assignments today because we have the main assignment as creating our positive routine. So what I'm going to do is, remember, we are in this 2-week challenge. So the first week's challenge is this first inner child activity. I want you to think of your favorite activity as a child and how it brought you joy. Then I want you to think about when you stopped doing it and how it made you feel. Who was around when you showcased this talent? How did they respond? How did you respond to their reaction? Again, you can access 333. You can access this on the site, but I'll post this in the chat whenever it's time to move forward with it. So right now, because we've unlocked so much, let's meditate, shall we? How's everybody feeling?
Great.
Perfect.
Good. I'm just
No, you're good. You're good. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. I feel like I became the teacher and was like, all right, I gotta get through this, y'all. So I just making sure y'all good. But I'm gonna go ahead and play the meditation. I want everyone the thing I love about Shaquila, and when I come out with my meditation, you know what I'm saying, y'all gonna love that shit too. But I love that you don't have to be sitting still to do the meditation, even though she prompts you to do that. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I never sit still and meditate. That shit is foreign up to me. I don't do it. It don't feel good. I don't get no downloads. I get in my head. All I think about is you should just smoke a blunt. Like I just don't, you know what I'm saying? It just never, you know, it's just very trendy. You know what I'm saying? I don't like shit like that. So
You never lay down to meditate?
Nah, I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm falling asleep. Literally, I'm going to sleep.
I meditate when I'm driving.
Comfortable that I just go to sleep. Yeah. And it took me a long time to accept that, because the social media shit have you thinking you're not doing it right. How are you doing this and you're doing it like that because you're not doing it this cookie cutter version way of doing it? Fuck that shit. Y'all meditate how you meditate.
It's a mindset.
It is definitely a mindset. So I'm gonna start the meditation. If you want to follow her prompts, follow her prompts. If you want to journal some shit out, journal some shit out. Use it as a way to just get whatever messages out. Whatever things that need to be released, whatever things that come up. Just use this as an opportunity to really like go back and reflect on what it is that you came into this workshop wanting to work through. And see if you can get to a place where you can accept where you are in this very moment of your healing journey. You don't have to approve it. You don't have to disapprove of it. You just have to accept it. You have to stop being in denial of it. You have to stop denying that you're a part of the motherfucking problem. Respectfully. Not respectfully.
Take it or leave it. That's what it is.
Take it or motherfucking leave it.
That's what it is.
But at this point, y'all wouldn't be in the trap if y'all weren't used to this kind of dialogue. So, you know, whatever.
Right.
It ain't like I'm being disrespectful. I'm just letting niggas know, you know.
Keeping it real.
We got to move a little bit differently.
Right.
So, everybody, just go ahead and mute your cameras so that way, if someone wants to meditate, however they meditate, we aren't a disruption. Y'all are gonna hear me put my coffee in the microwave because I can't mute my camera. So sorry, just tune me out. All right. I love you. Oh, I gotta come out of this. Hold on, y'all. I think Zoom is. Y'all can't hear it, can you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Fuck this fancy shit.
And it is truly fancy. You did a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you so much.
I don't know why it's like, bitch, you doing a good job, bitch. You doing a good job. Fuck that laundry, fuck that bitch. Turn around and shake that shit.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, like, come on. That's the weekend theme, y'all. That's the weekend theme.
Hell yeah. Cause I was really about to be like, now everything else has worked beautifully. And I tested this motherfucker to make sure it was gonna fucking work.
Right.
All right. Here we go.
Acceptance. Acceptance, much like forgiveness, is a gift you give yourself. The way I think about acceptance is simply, it is what it is, which is not to be confused with approval. Approval is placing a value judgment and saying, oh, this thing is bad or this thing is good. Sometimes people think if they accept something that they're approving of it. But in reality, when you can find the grace to accept people and situations as they are, you also radically accept yourself and you own and reclaim parts of yourself. When we judge, our focus is on what should be, what I should have done, what I should have said, what he should have done, what she should have said. And the problem with that is then your focus is on what you don't want. And what you focus on, you magnify. Acceptance is actually a radical act that opens up the pathway for change. You cannot change something you don't accept. You have to accept it first, that this is the current situation, exactly as it is, regardless of what judgment you place on it. And that, in turn, that acceptance opens up energetic pathways for shifting. Why? Because what you give to others, you give yourself. What you give, you will always get. And when you accept situations and people exactly how they are right now, without judgment, you also give that divine gift to yourself. Mainstream ideas about acceptance are seeped in judgment and dualities, and proving someone is wrong and someone is right, and there is a victim and there is a persecutor, but there is no healing from that dynamic. People fear that if you accept someone for who they are at this particular moment, then they will walk over you, or that you're saying that behavior is okay, and it's simply not true. Acceptance is the act of opening your eyes, seeing exactly what's there, exactly as it is, and understanding that maybe we don't know it all, right? Maybe this situation is beneficial to me, or will be beneficial to me at some point, but I just can't see it yet. That's a real act of having faith. For example, if I know my neighbor has different political views than I do, I have two choices. I can make a stance and show my blatant disapproval and my rejection of his or her choices, right? Which inevitably ostracizes her. It allows no connection between us. It allows no discourse, no dialogue, and there is no potential for change. The other option is to accept that, this is just where she is right now in her particular journey without judging her. Now, with that energy, she might be open to share her thoughts with you, to share why she believes the way that she does. And ultimately, you two have more higher potential of connecting on a human level and ultimately shifting higher. The important thing to take away is that what you do to someone else, you do to yourself. And what you give, you get. So when you feel the need to disapprove and reject things, you do that to yourself. You disapprove and you reject parts of yourself that you don't want to identify with. On the contrary, if you can find the grace to accept people and situations exactly as they are, you also radically accept yourself, and you own and you reclaim parts of yourself that you may have disowned or you may have rejected. All right, so let's start our 4-part breath.
Now breathe into your stomach, to your chest, to your neck, to your head. Hold. And release from your head, from your neck, from your chest, from your stomach. Breathe in again to your stomach, to your chest, to your neck, to your head. Hold. And release from your head, from your neck, from your chest, from your stomach. One last 4-part breath. Breathe in to your stomach, to your chest, to your neck, to your head. Hold. And release from your head, from your neck, from your chest, from your stomach. I accept myself exactly as I am right now. I accept my physical body exactly as it is right now. I accept the people in my life exactly as they are right now. I accept all the skills, tools, and talents that I have been given. I accept and appreciate the finances that I have. I accept that certain things are beyond my human understanding at this particular moment, and that is okay. I accept my life exactly as it is right now. I accept myself. I love myself. I now understand that to accept is to open up the potential for change. Thank you for everything in my life, exactly as it is right now. can start coming out of the meditation and wiggling fingers and toes, moving your head around on your shoulders. And on your own time, you can open your eyes. I always recommend journaling right after a meditation so you don't forget what happened and you don't forget whatever shifts or changes or thoughts or ideas came to you. So I'll give you a few seconds now for you to write exactly what comes to your mind. No pressure, no right or wrong. Just take some notes for yourself.
Y'all can start coming out of the meditation whenever you're ready. How y'all feeling? All right, so just to wrap up, how's everybody feeling after the meditation?
Good.
Good.
Yep, that's one of my favorites.
Same. It's a classic.
I like that one. I used that one with you in my second session that I had, and it was very, very relaxing.
Mm-hmm. I like that one a lot. Now, to kickstart the glow up challenge, what I had been led to do, I did not do money Reiki on Thursday. Source was very divinely intervening in ways. So what I have been led to do is to do the road opening candle today to prompt us into this new challenge. We're clearing space, clearing out the old energy to open up this new opportunity for us to be more accepting of this new direction. So I keep talking about this 2-week glow up challenge, and I'm gonna break it down week by week. So right now we're gonna focus on week 1, which starts tomorrow, okay? You can split it up to where you do something every single day for 7 days and you're intentional about your days. Or you can just have a basic routine. It is your playground. In this example, I just want to point out that every day there should be some type of physical activity. I know that we're in a place where we're accepting our bodies the way that it is. but we are also, because on Saturday, next Saturday, well, 2 weeks from now, the 18th, if everybody's available, then I want to go ahead and do part 2 to this. That one is going to really touch on connecting the inner child and making the inner child the vessel, the altar, honoring the inner child, playing with the inner child. So we have to get into some kind of routine of doing some type of physical activity to honor our bodies, because we're storing old energy. We can release in our mind all day long, but things that we've suppressed, we already unlocked in the beginning, that this is still stored in our body. It could be running for 30 minutes a day. It could be doing a certain amount of, or you could do yoga, you can do certain workouts, however you want your physical activity to look. But I want you to be doing something for a minimum of 20 minutes a day. Some type of physical something. The next thing is going to be, and I'm going to put this in the chat, but the next thing is going to be, like I said, those affirmations, picking those affirmations that is going to reverse that negative self-talk. Finding a new quote. Finding your happy place, imagining your happy place, journaling, doing things that make you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You want to just start creating some kind of a routine that's going to allow you to be in a more positive and happy and joyful and grateful mindset. Leading us into the mood boosters. Mood boosters can be a amount of things. I definitely want us to include smell, physical touch. So how are you physically loving and nurturing your body as Riz is lathering up this, self-care popping? What are you doing every day as your routine to physically caress and nurture yourself? So smell, touch, taste. What are you eating? Are you eating for your chakras? Are you eating clean? Are you eating healthy? If you've been led to detox, use this time to detox. Use this time to, you might want to do increment, what is it?
Intermittent.
Intermittent fasting. You might want to fast. Hell, if all of y'all want to go on a fast together for the first week, I'm with it. Fast for a certain amount of hours a day. I guarantee you will start unlocking some shit. Half of us don't eat no way. So now when we do, being more intentional, with what we eat, but being intentional with how we change our mind from not eating. Now, why are you not eating? You're not eating with intention. Because when you go on a fast, you sacrifice that for a specific version of healing. So what do you want to heal? So we got smell, touch, taste, sight. What are the things that you're seeing? What are you feeding yourself? What kind of shows are you watching? What kind of books are you reading? What kind of podcasts are you listening to? Ooh, this is a big one. I want everyone to use some time to clear out your social media feed.
Yo, that's so crazy. Yesterday morning, I spent like a good 2 hours going and unfollowing accounts.
Yes.
Oh, yes, baby.
Yes.
That's crazy.
It's a regular for me.
Yeah. It's like your quarterly up. It's time to clean house.
Yep.
And it's like,
because I'm
it's
looking
one, it's one of those, I'm tired of seeing you on my news feed. Let me just go and clean it all out. Sorry if I haven't made that connection with you lately, but oh well.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't that time, dump.
Right.
Gotta go. Got to go.
The next thing I want you to do is start utilizing your intentional music playlist.
I do that every day.
Good.
You should start one.
Me?
You need a track playlist.
Oh, here you go.
I told you
How about everybody create one and share it? We should do that.
Okay.
We can
That's
do
cool.
that.
And see what everybody is into.
I got Apple Music, but I guess I can make a Spotify.
You don't have to. Just share what you got.
On my playlist?
Yeah, just take a screenshot of it.
Okay.
If people got Apple Music, you can send them the link. Okay, so I think I covered all senses. Y'all get what I'm trying to say though, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So y'all know what you're gonna need to do to create this routine for week 1. So I'm gonna go in the chat, put it into words, but everybody that's here, you can already be working on it because you are still here, so I'm gonna open up the floor because I'm gonna be honest, I've never done a workshop before, so I really went into this with like, all right, so it's just I'm a flow. So I personally feel like this was like amazing.
Successful, yes.
Okay.
You did an awesome job for it to be your first one.
Oh,
right.
You wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't be able to tell it was your first one.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me feel so good. So, because boy, I will have to let Jordan let y'all know how he's back, how I woke him up at 5 o'clock this morning. I said, I am stressed. I need to roll a blunt.
Yo ass.
I was like, oh my God, these women are dependent on me. What if they don't learn shit?
Girl, even if we came on here just to socialize, it'll be fine.
I know.
I mean, that's pretty much what we did. Talked about the shit that we've been wanting to talk about. So
yes,
you did great. Sorry, y'all. I'm finally waking up. So that wasn't me earlier. This is me now.
Look, when we hang up, I'll be asleep. So no worries, you good.
I know. Once we hang up, I'm like, you know what? I was about to package these last 3 orders, but the ones that I got, I don't even know. All of y'all stuff that ordered, your stuff is right here, packaged, ready to go. Okay,
waiting.
It's just the
I'm talking my mailbox.
And honestly, y'all too, Riz and Alicia, yeah, both of y'all part of the 3 that I gotta.
I'm waiting.
Wrap up.
Look, and then I'm mad that I didn't really go back and get all. I was like, damn, I should have. It's okay.
I know, right? I was like, damn, I should.
I'm low.
But seems you still have it. I might slide in your DMs, nigga. Get my package.
I was about to say, if y'all wanted, because I still got the protection stuff and I'm about to put the black salt back on. So because of y'all too, I haven't. You got yours?
I got the first one, but I want some more because I got the kid that won't let me shit. She won't let me keep shit. Oh, mama, nigga, get out of my shit.
Did I order the protection? I can't remember.
You didn't order the protection one.
Okay, I do need that. Cause
I think I did.
You said I needed it on my 101.
Yeah, I'm gonna send y'all the link so that way you don't have to pay double shipping.
Okay.
See, Source knew why. And yo, you know what's really crazy? I'm gonna send, when I send y'all the link, when I send you the link to look at the protection kit, read the description, because I just updated it this morning and I guarantee you that shit's gonna hit. That protection, I remember when I was led to make it, and now I understand why. It's literally to protect us from our own projections, our own, like it goes really, really deep. So I'm not even gonna say that it's crazy that this came up. Very aligned. very, very aligned. I feel really, really good about everything today. I am going to put everything in the chat for the daily routine. By tonight, I want everybody to have thought about what their daily routine, at least for week 1, is going to be. If you're going to split yours up by days, list it out, tell us why. Might give somebody an idea. Maybe I do need to do a daily switch up because I don't like the same shit all the time, to keep you consistent but still flowing. So whatever you're led to do that and share it. The next part is going to be me checking in tomorrow. If y'all want to start doing like little huddles more often, let me know. I feel like we should, because of the amount of dialogue that we have, we should definitely do this more often than just for these purposes. So if y'all want to do like some quick little meetups, just let me know and we can try to schedule these out.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever they say whenever you're in school?
Nope, it was clear and straight to the point.
Perfect.
Love you. That's all.
I love you. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all for sticking with me this whole time. Everybody had some stuff they needed to do. So make sure we pop in and show everybody some love for their, I think a couple of people had some events and shit today that they had to do.
Gotcha.
Giving them some love. And yeah, if you need me, I'm gonna be around.
All right.
I love y'all.
Love y'all too.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good day, y'all.
You
Bye, everybody. Y'all have an incredible day.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.